I wonder what it feels like. Cause I wonder what it feels like. Cause I wonder what it feels like. I wonder what it feels like. Cause I wonder what it feels like. Feels like. I'm not in love, guys. Come on. Okay.
A friend of a friend told me you're moving on. Wish I could say I'm surprised, but I'm really not. You were never one for new ones. Couldn't recognize a good thing till it was gone. Did you always see me as replaceable? Or think your damage to me was collateral? Well, if I'm being honest and rational, watching you walk out felt natural. Thought we were written in the stars. I had last dreams and tarot cards. I try to find a remedy for broken hearts, but I know now losing you is my fresh start. To think I've got a degree in making myself smaller for you, and I mastered the art of waiting on your every move. Thank God you're gone. Get out. So long. To think I ever believed I had to make myself smaller for you. You always thought you were the center of the universe, but baby, why do you never learn? You're not the last and you're not the first. Don't open your mouth, you make things worse. To think I've got a degree in making myself smaller for you, and I mastered the art of waiting on your every move. Thank God you're gone. Get out. So long. To think I ever believed I had to make
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome to the second day of the qualifying series of Africa and Oceania. Yesterday we only saw one race happening due to some weather moving in later on during the day. The winner of that race was the Seychelles, followed by Tahiti, Morocco and Mozambique. We'll see what's going to happen today with the weather. We do expect the wind to be a little bit smoother throughout the whole day and not so many big thunderstorm clouds during the day. We'll see what happens as we're waiting to get out onto the water. Let's go and talk with Carolina.
Thank you, Jan. Yes, I'm here with Marwan from SSL team Morocco. How are you today? How is your atmosphere in a team before the second day of African and Oceanian qualifiers to the SSL Gold Cup in Brazil?
Yesterday, light wind, so it was not easy for us. We finished third after turning the first mark second. Today, according to the forecast, the wind is between 10 and 15 knot. Perfect condition for sailing, so we are ready to make better race today, and all the team are motivated to to do good the race today.
Yesterday, did you have any kind of meeting all together with the team and reflections about the past race? Any new goals, any new ideas how to improve your sailing today?
Yes, of course. After every day, we made some debriefing, and especially yesterday, we watched together the live, and we tried to see where we did some mistake, and we discussed together all these things.
As you said, today will be more wind and 3 races are planned for the second day of racing. Any kind of ideas and the main points in ahead? What would you like to do during these 3 races?
I think when it's windy, it's another thing. Any mistake can cost a lot, and demand a lot of concentration of all the crews. And sometimes you did a small mistake, and you can lose one possession or 2. So it needs physical and a lot of concentration. And I think we will do our best to do good races today.
Yes, I think the same. Like during this only 4 boats on the race course, the most important thing is to not making mistakes, because every mistake can point.
Yes, of course. The departure is very important. We need to make a good departure, then a good strategy, and then no mistake, especially no mistake.
Okay, so I wish you no mistakes today. Thank you so much. Good luck. And now let's see what was happening yesterday and see the highlights from the first day of racing.
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome to Grand Zone on the shores of Lake Neuchâtel for Day 1 of the SSL Gold Cup 2026 African and Oceanian Qualifiers. Set against the spectacular backdrop of Western Switzerland, the opening day brings together 4 nations ready to battle for a place at the SSL Gold Cup later this year in Rio de Janeiro. Race 1 got underway in difficult and unstable conditions, and it was Team Mozambique immediately under pressure after an early start forced them into a penalty turn shortly after the gun. That opened the door for Team Seychelles, who executed a strong first upwind leg and took control of the race approaching the top mark. Morocco followed in second place. At the gate, Seychelles had extended their advantage even further at the front of the fleet, but the battle for second intensified behind them as Tahiti managed to overtake Morocco during the downwind leg. Out in front, Team Seychelles remained completely in control, securing a dominant victory in the opening race of the regatta. Tahiti completed an impressive comeback to finish second, with Morocco crossing the line in third, Mozambique coming fourth.
Well, hello and everybody. Welcome to this day number 2 here in Grand Zone, Switzerland. As we only got 1 race in yesterday, hopefully we're going to have 3 nice races today as we have less storm clouds brewing over the horizon. Let's take a look real quick at the match board and see where we're at. If you look on the left-hand side, we are in the qualifying series right now, as at the very top you see Asia, the Philippines, and Oman have already qualified themselves, and that was in December of last year. We're currently in the African and Oceanian qualifying series right now, where we see Seychelles, Tahiti, Mozambique, and Morocco. Coming up next week, and in the middle of July, we'll have the rest of the European teams qualifying, and the last teams that will be qualifying with us are the Pan American teams. That will be in Brazil just before the kickoff on the 18th of November of the SSL Gold Cup final series to determine who will be the world champion of nations. Joining me today in the booth is Robbie McCutcheon. Robbie, hello and welcome.
Good morning, Jan. Good morning. It seems that the wind and the weather is going to play ball today, so excited for some more racing.
Today should be a very exciting day, and we're looking to get in a couple more races in. And so let's start right away with today's schedule. Here we go. We're looking for our first race at 11 o'clock, so that's in just a couple of minutes. Hopefully we'll get a second one in by 12:15, and if all goes well, we'll have the third race of the day, which will be race number 4 at 1:30 in the afternoon. Let's take a look at the teams that will be sailing today. A quick comparison. We can look at, for example, top left-hand side, the Moroccan team, Atlas Lions Sailors. They are ranked SSL number 94, weighing in at 728 kilos on a maximum of 730 kilos allowed by the rules. So they're just 1.5 kilos off the maximum weight. So that they are our heaviest crew right now. The captain of Team Morocco is Hakim Hasni. To the right of that is Team Mozambique. They call themselves Team Gala-Gala. They are SSL ranked 102, weighing in at 707 kilos. They are our second heaviest team right there. The captain of that team is Daisy Justino Nakil. She has been twice to the Olympics in the Ilka class, Ilka 6, for Team Mozambique. The first athlete and woman to ever qualify Mozambique in the sailing for the Olympic Games. Let's take a look at the teams down at the bottom left-hand side of our screen is the Seychelles. The name of the team is Vann Swet, and they are SSL ranked 105, weighing in at 676 kilos. This is our lightest team out on the water today. Captain of that team is Alan Julie. He has been 5 times to the Olympic Games and was considered as best sailor of the Seychelles 7 times. To the bottom right, last but definitely not least, the Tahiti Black Pearls. They are our best ranked team out there. They are SSL ranked number 64, weighing in at 680 kilos. Captain of that team is Teva Plichard, who has already some experience racing here in Switzerland and on the lakes. And now let's keep moving on, as we are going to be sending you a whole bunch of information of what's going on the water. We have some great interviews, and we've got a bunch of videos that were made yesterday. So you make sure you follow us on Facebook or on Instagram, and of course go and visit our website for worldofsailors.com, where you'll have all the information about the ranking, who is ranked in what order, the countries. You could perhaps even find yourself, if you're a sailor, you're probably in that ranking. Now, let's keep things moving on, as we are going to listen now to the team national anthems. Let's start with the Moroccan national anthem. And now for the Mozambique national anthem.
Moçambique, nossa terra gloriosa. Pedra, pedra, construindo milhões de braços, uma só força, ó Pátria amada, vamos vencer. Moçambique, nossa terra gloriosa. Pedra, pedra, construindo milhões de braços, uma só força, ó Pátria amada, vamos vencer. Gala! 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 Gala!
Let's now listen to the anthems. The anthem of the Seychelles. And that was the national anthem of the Seychelles. Now let's listen to the national anthem of Tahiti. And that was the national anthem from Tahiti. Now let's go and take a look at who will be sailing on the boats. Let's take a look now at the lineup on the Moroccan boat. And we'll start off from the front as our number one, the bowman, Ali Doublali. And just behind him, we have Abdesam Saoud, who is the mid-bow with a very important job today of putting that spinnaker down inside of the boat. We have two women that are just behind as a floater, and in the pit as floater we have Zineb Harris, and as a pit we have Ramani Umaima. The grinder on this team is Mustafa Amzil. We have two trimmers. On the top we have Abde Rahim, and on the bottom we have Youssef Gura. On the mainsail we have Marwan Hasni that we heard earlier in the interviews. And behind that, skipper and helm number 8, Redouane El Hafar. and the tactician and captain of the team, Hakim Hasni. So that is the lineup for the Moroccan team. Let's keep on going right along here through the lineup of Mozambique. In the front, we have our bowman, Alcidio Lino. Just behind him, mid-bow, Jose Massaz. And again, two women that will be floater and in the pit, just like on the Moroccan boat. At the floater, we have Denise Parouk, and we have Miriam Beck down in the pits. The grinder is Lionel Estevao. And then behind that are two trimmers, Carlos Lino and Guido Rosario, followed by Don Carlo, which is the main trimmer. And behind that, we have Bartholomew Ernesto at the helm of the boat, and a tactician and captain of this team, Mozambique, Daisy Nakil. Again, she's been twice to the Olympics in the ILCA class, ILCA 6 class. So those are our sailors from Team Mozambique, as we now move on to the next boat, which will be Team Seychelles. Let's start off with number 9 here in the front, the bowman, which is Curtis Alcorn. We see on this boat we have only one woman, which will be as a trimmer, which is Marie. In front of her, we have in the pit Aston Dubel. The mid-bow is Brian Toussaint. And along with Marie, we have Jaden Vido. And Robbie, what do you think about the positions of these two trimmers today, and with the weather conditions that we have?
Yeah, well, looking at their team, Jan, it seems that they've gone for less people on board, so they're in a bit of a different configuration. Maybe they've got a few more jobs for the trimmers specifically. They'll be working well together, especially with the breeze that we have, the flat water, and trying to get the most out of the sails as they trim.
Yeah, today will be interesting, as you said, with really flat water. We do see that the wind is currently up to 10 knots. Perhaps it will build. Robbie, let's take a look at here who's on the backhand side of the boat, as our grinder is Marcus, and below him we have our main trimmer. His name is Roy Govindan. And, of course, at the helm is Alan Julie. Alan has been 5 times to the Olympic Games, so a long career for Alan with a lot of experience, and also has been 7 times nominated as best sailors of Seychelles, and a winner, actually, of the first race here in the qualifying series yesterday. So this is a Seychelles lineup. Notice that they have one person less on their boat, so they are also the lightest crew out there. So light conditions for them yesterday was an advantage for being a little bit of a lighter boat.
Yeah, definitely, and I think with a little bit more breeze today, I'm sure the jobs will scatter around a wee bit more, and they'll be working a bit harder, but it's not to say that the Seychelles won't come out firing today.
No, exactly. They probably will. So that's the lineup on the Seychelles boat. Let's take a look at who's sailing on Team Tahiti. We'll start off in the front right there with Yann Rigal. This year, Yann doing an excellent job. Well, actually, it was the end of last year as a Corinthian winner of the Rolex Sydney Hobart Yacht Race. So doing a great result in that race. He's bringing his excitement and his knowledge, as most of this crew has already sailed together. They do have 3 new members on this boat, but they have all sailed together in the last finals, which was in Gran Canaria, and doing a great job over there, making it through the pool qualification series and all the way, I believe, into the 8th of the finals. So let's keep on looking at who's sailing on this. We again have a woman in the mid-bow. That is Hainiti, and just next to her, or just behind her, is Manutea Mahai. and we have the two trimmers, which are behind him. As a matter of fact, no, we have one trimmer, which is Moana Huguenot, and we have the grinder, Terii Mana, and these guys, it's a little bit different as, again, there's not too many people on this boat, so it's going to be really important for the mid-bow sort of floater, Hainiti, which is coming back and giving everybody a hand. So they're actually splitting the jobs up quite a bit on this boat. The main trimmer is Tom Lamotte, and in the back of the boat, helming the boat, is Teva Plichard, who is the captain of the team. And in the back, we have Taiki, who has a lot of experience in terms of tactician. And he was already tactician. We saw that at the finals last time. So now you have the lineup here for all of the boats. Let's take a look at the course right now, which course they'll be, what they're doing. So you'll see the starting line down at the bottom as they zigzag their way up to the top buoy. So they go up to the top mark, then to the offset as they zigzag their way back down through the two gates, back up for a second rounding, and all the way down to the finishing line. So 2 laps for to complete a full race. Oh, look at that. Boats definitely sailing a lot faster today, as these are the live shots now from on the water. So good to see that we've got a little bit of wind out there, Robbie, and first thing I notice is we're sailing on a J2 front sail.
Yeah, it looks like the boats are nicely powered up, and it looks like we've got some good wind to go racing. So all signs are go, and these boats are going up the course for their training. As we look at the provisional overall, we had one race yesterday, and of course the team of Seychelles won that, so they're on 4 points, followed by Team Tahiti on 3. Morocco ran up the 3rd place, and followed by Mozambique with 1 point.
So that was yesterday's race, as you see. So that was race 1. So we'll be starting in the first race today, and that will be race number 2 as we're taking a look here. Medium sails is what has been asked, and that's why we're on it at J2. The J1 being the biggest sail, J3 being the smallest. So as we're looking here at the race committee, that orange flag that you're seeing right there in the middle of the boat is the actual physical point of where they'll be looking to see who is crossing the line first. And there's 2 flags. So there's one on the race committee boat, which is on the bottom left-hand side of your corner, and another one on the pin end boat. Now, I hear that Carolina is out on the water, and hopefully she can let us know exactly what's going on out there. Carolina, if you can hear us, please let us know what's going on the water.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Yes, we are just 5 minutes to the start. The AP was down, and now we have 5 minutes to the start warning signal, and it's very, very exciting here on the water. We have fresh information from the race committee that on a top mark we have 30 knots of wind. So yeah, the atmosphere is heating up, and basically this is my favorite phrase from this regatta, that every day we feel more tension, and everyone is very excited about these 3 races in beautiful Lake Neuchâtel with amazing conditions on the water. And now, as you can see, Morocco boat is next to us, and every boat is preparing for the starts, looking for some good positions on the starting line. So yeah, let's see what will be going on the race course, and fingers crossed for the 3 races today.
Thank you very much. 13 knots up at the weather mark, so that's really, really nice racing. As we see right there, the boats effectively getting themselves ready. We can just see the starting line right there between the 2 motorboats. The 2 motorboats with the flags on them, and it's going to be really interesting today to see what's going on with this racing, because you know, we heard everybody talking, Robbie, about not making a mistake. So, you know, it's kind of like, well, why are you talking about making mistakes? Why don't you just talk about going around the race course?
Yeah, exactly. You're totally right. These boats, they love these sort of conditions. They're perfect for the conditions, but then also you need to have boat handling and the crew work to be able to make them go around the track the quickest. So You're absolutely right. It is about a war of attrition, who can keep the boat going in the right direction, and definitely no mistakes today for all the teams.
Yeah, I mean, you have to keep in mind, everybody, that, you know, this is the qualifying session. So we are inevitably, the teams that are in these qualifying series are not the top teams of the SSL Gold Cup. And of course, they're still learning. This is a relatively new boat for most of these teams, other than Tahiti. But for the other three boats, this is brand new to them. So it's really important for them, and this is why they keep repeating. You know, we don't want to have we don't want to be making any mistakes. Let's look at this. Mozambique off to the very left-hand side right there with what's going on. 2 minutes, 25 seconds before the start, and I hope they don't have any issues right there with their sails. They are quite far away from the starting line. They really need to get back into the game. I'm a little bit worried about what's going on there with Mozambique.
Yeah, ideally you wouldn't have the kite up with just over 2 minutes left to go, but they potentially have a little issue, and hopefully they can resolve that and get back to the start line, because there's not much time left for their approach.
Yeah, so as we're looking at here already at two boats circling around themselves, it looks as though it's Morocco right there putting in a jibe and coming back up, or was it Tahiti? A little bit hard to tell as they're both dressed in red. Right now we're on board with Team Morocco. Team Morocco really excited to put in a good race today. These guys are super pumped. Let's see how they're going to deal with the pressure.
And it looks like they're wearing a little bit more gear today, Jan. It looks like they felt the cold yesterday, and maybe they've got a couple more layers on.
Yeah, I mean, we gotta keep reminding ourselves that these teams come from parts of the globe where it's generally quite a bit warmer than it is here in Switzerland, or at least in Switzerland at this time of the year. Robbie, we've got 1 minute left. This is a super important moment right now. It looks like Mozambique is not going to be able to take the start. That's really terrible. But let's focus here on the three boats, as we have 50 seconds left to the beginning of this race. So really interesting, as we're seeing right now one of the boats, which is Tahiti, which is full power, and 35 seconds before the start. As we see Morocco right now coming up towards the line. It's really important that we get these boats get a really good start. Where are the Seychelles? They're a little bit behind. 20 seconds to go here, so they're pulling the trigger right now. Tahiti bearing away a little bit. Morocco seems like they're early. They don't want to go over that line too quickly, just like we saw Mozambique do yesterday. Less than 10 seconds to go, and as we see Tahiti right now, Tahiti's already got speed, and they're coming up. They're bearing away right now, and that's the start right there, ladies and gentlemen, for race number 2. Whoa, what happened on Team Morocco right there? Oh, was that a voluntary tack, or what's going on? They're stopped in the water. Oh no, what's going on? They were about to get a great race. And look at that, Seychelles right now, they haven't made it across the line yet. 22 seconds have passed. Tahiti is well on their way. Morocco has somehow completely stopped their boat. No, what's going on? They're having an attack again. I'm wondering if they don't have a problem on the Moroccan boat. That was going to be such a good start for Team Morocco. And now the Seychelles coming back and getting across the line right there on a port tack. Oh, what's going on? We've just started. It hasn't been 20 seconds, and we're already drama on the line.
Yeah, beautiful approach from both boats. It looked like Tahiti and both Morocco, but absolute drama on Morocco. We're not too sure what happened there, but obviously they had to slow down, and the Seychelles have just come in and passed them after being about 10, 20 seconds late. So beautiful start for Tahiti, and away we go for race 2.
So it looks like right now Seychelles just put in attack and going along with Morocco. Seychelles probably just deciding to let Tahiti go and to attack Morocco. So Tahiti is already well underway, as we saw them get a great start yesterday. Again, another great start today. And we still have a little bit of time before Mozambique can cross the line. So Mozambique can get a good start if they start within 4 minutes after the starting time. So I don't know exactly where that is, but I believe that we have passed it by about 1 minute and 40 seconds. So Mozambique should be able to get a good start, as we're taking a look right now at the two Moroccan boat on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, and in the middle, that is the Seychelles.
Yeah, it looks like the Mozambique will cross the line in the next 10 or so seconds. But looking up the course, we've got Tahiti sort of leading their way out to the right-hand side, whereas the other two boats, want to try their arm and go out to the left. So it looks like on the course that Tahiti in a nice left-hand pressure, as we see them just tack over and sort of cover that fleet and control the race from now.
I know how disappointed the guys on the Mozambican team are right now. They were really concentrated. They've been really concentrated these last couple days, and all they want to do is just get a good start and prove that they can do the maneuvers. And I can tell you, I've been watching them sail now for a week. They're totally capable of doing the maneuvers. It's just a question of getting that boat started and making sure that they can get up the race course. So looks like they have, there they are in the background, Mozambique, as we're talking about them, just managed getting across the starting line right now. So let's see what they're doing. They'll be wanting to go around the whole race course without making any mistakes. That'll be the first mission of the day today. Let's see, we got 3 races, so they still got time to get back into it. It's just a little disappointing to miss that start.
Absolutely, and as you mentioned yesterday, time on distance is the most important part about the race, about the start. So unfortunate for them to not get that right, but as you mentioned, the experience and the expertise on board is still there, and every maneuver, every tack, every jibe, they're just going to get better and better. So I'm sure we can expect them to move up the fleet and make sure that this race is still engaging for them.
As we just saw, the Seychelles in the middle of your screen right there put in a tack. It looks as though they've put in a tack, but they haven't gone out over the side and put their full weight outside yet. Looks like here we go with Morocco about to do a tack. So really important right here, as we're seeing one of the right there taking off the sheet and going on to the other side, is when you release. The releasing of the jib sheet is just so important in making sure that you get a nice tack in.
Absolutely, yeah. It's the timing between the two grinders. I'm sure there'll be someone calling it out, a countdown from 3, and that's the point of cut, and then also the other trimmer pulling on the sail and making sure that jib comes in as tight as possible before they're on the wind and sailing again.
Yeah, it's really important that jib doesn't flap around. So they want to be able to back the jib a little bit, just so that first of all, it'll help the boat actually get across in irons and get to the other side.
Yeah, effectively the foresail, the jib in this case, is sort of acting as the bridge between the bow coming down off the wind. So as you mentioned, that back wind, if they hold it there for a little bit, then that just helps the bow around the tack and makes it easier for the driver.
Yeah, we're talking about a split second.
Yeah, that's right.
Just enough for the sail to back and then pop it to the other side. And if you do it right, at the right speed, the guy who's now on the new sheet just has to put 2 wraps around the winch, pull a little bit, and it's set.
Yep, no, timing's very important for that, and like Morocco did just then, that was fantastic tack with everyone out on the side quickly and the boat's back up to speed.
Yeah, nice to see Morocco out there really putting the weight out there, trying to keep that boat as upright as possible and have a maximum amount of speed. Interesting, we can start counting the amount of tacks now, as Seychelles is putting in another tack right there.
Yeah, it looks to me like the Moroccans and the Seychelles are sort of battling it out. You can see the Tahitians in front there. You'd expect them, from what we've seen already on this first beat, to probably tack and cover them going out to the right-hand side. So there's a bit of cat and mouse being played with the tacks going on. But I'm sure there we go, the Tahitians right in front putting a tack on the fleet and just covering them.
Yeah, so Tahiti right now covering the Seychelles that we see, and Seychelles covering Morocco. So Morocco having to bear away right there. You can see that they're having to go a little bit further down in order to try to get some clean wind. probably for them the best thing to do is go back off to the left-hand side. The problem is they've already gone quite far off to the left-hand side, and they're getting really close to that ley line.
Yeah, that ley line is coming up for all the teams, but as you can see, they're all lined up perfectly, or perfectly for Tahiti, as they're sort of casting that bad air, that dirty air across to the other two boats and really controlling and shutting down the race.
So we see Tahiti right now really concentrating on setting that mainsail quite well. As we see now, they're getting a little bit more pressure, being able to pull up that mainsail track higher and higher as everyone gets settled in, and forcing the Seychelles to have to go back to that left-hand side. Seychelles just couldn't stay in that bad air coming off of the Tahiti boat. Now Tahiti sort of bringing that jib track down probably a little bit more into a low mode, and getting that speed back into the boat.
Yeah, absolutely right. As we mentioned, they're close to ley line, so the best point of attack for Tahiti is just to go fast and be in a fast mode towards that other right-hand ley line into Mark 1. We see Seychelles put a tack in, and they are very close to ley line, so I'm sure that this will be the only tack that they'll do coming into this Mark 1.
Yeah, that series of tack they've just done right now to get out of the bad air of Tahiti actually has put two tacks. So now Seychelles has put in 2 more tacks than the Moroccan team has. If we keep it like this is good for Team Morocco to be able to get back into the game. Every time you do a tack, you lose about a boat length on these boats.
Yeah, tacks are costly. You're absolutely right, and as we've seen on this first beat, there's definitely been no shortage of them. So it is about a Mickey Mouse game of making sure that you are tacking and making sure you have clean air, but then also, like you mentioned, you are losing every tack.
Yeah, so 2 additional tacks Seychelles having to put in right there to get out of the bad air of Tahiti, which means now Morocco is getting back into the game. And look at that. If you look at the top left-hand side of your screen, you see only 20 meters difference between the Moroccan boat and the Seychelles boat. Tahiti still our leaders, and Mozambique bringing in the rear 450 meters behind our leader.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. They're still in the hunt. Yeah, you're not wrong. Mozambique will be working as hard as they can to make sure they get back into this fleet. I mean, they've gained a wee bit of distance already, and they're sort of following that fleet into Mark 1, but do not count them out. They're definitely on the hunt.
Yeah, they're definitely on the hunt, and just like we were saying in the beginning of the race, these teams are really battling against themselves. So what right now, Seychelles and Morocco doing a good job at sailing upwind. Now let's see what's going to be happening downwind. There's a lot of things they still need to do. There's a couple rules that with the windward mark and when you are allowed to take the pole out. Let's see if they do that correctly or if they get penalized. A whole bunch of things can still happen. We're not even a quarter of the way into this first race of the day. This is race number 2. Let's see what's going to be happening right now.
Yeah, you mentioned the downwind. There's a lot more passing lanes and a lot more opportunity downwind. Obviously, the boats behind getting that wind first. So, if there's an increase in pressure or whatever the shift may be, then those boats behind can gain. So it's still all to play for, and I'm sure even with Tahiti having the lead, they'll still be, concentrating and putting the hammer down and sailing as fast as they can away from the fleet.
Yeah, if you look at the cloud cover in the background, you see there a little bit of blue skies, a little bit of clouds, some of them bigger than others. And so it's a really interesting sailing. It makes it for a great tactician's race right here because depending on how those clouds are going to be passing over the lake, they're going to give you a couple puffs, a little lifts and headers. So it's really interesting, and a lot of things can happen, especially when you're lake sailing like this. We are between the Alps and the Jura, so the wind is channeled here on top of the lake, but with these cloud covers, it can change things up.
Yeah, absolutely. You touched on the tacticians. We just saw the graphic there. Hakim Hasni, the tactician on board Team Morocco, as you mentioned there, they'll be head out the boat. And, they've got less involvement with the boat speed and sort of where the boat ends up, but they're head out of the boat looking at the clouds, looking at the wind, looking at the shifts, making sure that they're on the right track and trending in the right direction.
So we're getting closer and closer to the windward mark here. Distance to the mark less than 230 meters, as we will be seeing Tahiti tacking very soon. Well, there they are. Tahiti now on the last straight line to the windward mark. Now what will be interesting is seeing how Morocco and the Seychelles come back together. Remember, Morocco has put 2 less tacks in than the Seychelles, so we should be seeing them get closer and closer to the Seychelles. It'll be interesting because now they're going to be putting up they're going to see the boat right in front of them, and let's see what happens. Let's see what happens.
Absolutely, Jan. And as you just saw there, the TV just showed Morocco did tack on that starboard ley line, and they will be coming in with starboard advantage. Starboard rights coming into the team of Seychelles,
now,
so it will get interesting.
Here, let's take a look here at a more experienced team of the 4 here, as we see them getting around the windward mark, and ever so smoothly working themselves, getting that pole out, making sure that the kite is coming out of the hatch, as we see the Seychelles right now just being able to tack in front of Morocco. But Morocco, as you see right there, very, very close to the Seychelles boat. Let's take a look here now as they're putting up the kite on Team Tahiti. Looks like no issues for Team Tahiti. All they got to do is just drop that jib so that the spinnaker can fill up. You see the jib's not dropping on the Tahiti boat. It's unfortunate. They're losing a little bit of time, but they've got a good lead. Now let's take a look here as the Seychelles are coming in to the offset mark as they bear away and as they will be putting up their spinnaker. Let's see who does a better job at this. Now pressure is on for both of these teams as let's take a look here as the Seychelles comes around and perhaps starting to sneak already their kite. And it looks like the kite is going up, but
looks like
not
Morocco
so
might
fast,
even have to jump on them, eh?
Yeah. Looks like, all right, now we're seeing really the Seychelles up there, but already 2 boat lengths away, and the spinnaker's still not full. They're dead even right now on both those boats. They really need to drop that jib in order to fill up that spinnaker. Morocco looks like they're full. Looks like Seychelles is still fighting to get theirs nice and full. No, it looks like, all right, both boats now have both of the asymmetrical spinnakers up in the air.
Yeah, great job by Morocco there for their set. They it looked like they just got the jump on them early, and that obviously led to their process being faster. As you can see on the screen now, they've got that sort of inside track on the Seychelles, which really puts the pressure on them, and potentially not letting the Seychelles get a jibe in, which will be interesting.
Look at this now. It looks like Morocco now is attacking the Seychelles as they look like they're going a little bit higher right now. So the battle is the top 2 boat, the 2 boats on the top left-hand side of your screen, as we're right now looking at Tahiti coming down low and smooth. So they just want to get Tahiti just wants to get down to the leeward mark as fast as they can. As the other 2 boats will be fighting each other, they're going to be losing actually more and more distance to Tahiti.
Exactly, yeah. If you're Tahiti, you're looking back and you see the 2 boats behind you are fighting it out, then you know that they're going to be, sort of engaged in that battle and losing a little bit, like you mentioned. So Tahiti
and let's
will be
take a look
hammered
at
down.
Mozambique. Robbie coming up in the background right there on the top right-hand side of your screen. Looks like a good hoist. A little bit of water in that spinnaker, but I like how the jib is coming down right away. And good job now for Team Mozambique. No problems for them, so that's a good thing. They're still they're still in the game. They're just a little bit further. They're about 2 minutes 20 seconds behind the others.
Yeah, good set by Mozambique, and it's things like these. It's the maneuvers, it's the hoists, it's the drops that if you can just make sure that they're clean and they're streamlined, you just gain a little bit more. And slowly but surely they'll come into the fleet, especially with a set like that.
Yeah, as we see here, as cleaning up the boat here on Team Mozambique. So everybody doing their homework, making sure the boat is clean as they get down to the next mark in order to not have any problems. This is unfortunately, it's I would say a good practice run for them. But anything happens with those 2 boats right in front of them, they could just be bounced right back.
Yeah, you're totally right. Any engagement from boats around the course is, like we mentioned, a bad thing for them, but opportunity for boats behind and obviously boats in front. As we have a look at Tahiti, just pulling the jib out of the water there, it just fell off the side deck and just gone into the water. So just the bowman cleaning up a wee bit, and the boat looks pretty locked in.
Yeah, it's not such a big problem to have a little bit of that jib go into the water because it's not actually slowing the boat down. It can't pick up any water. That sail is attached the whole way along to the front of the boat, so it'll just sort of sit on top of the water. Obviously, you don't want it to be in the water, but
yeah, absolutely. And it's worth mentioning in these sorts of boats, and especially in this flat water, you can sort of choose your mode. As we can see Tahiti on board here, it sort of seems like they're in a low mode, a bit of a slower mode, but potentially the VMG is better and maybe they're running directly at the marks. If they just came up a wee bit and just sailed closer to the breeze, then they'd be going faster and potentially planing. So maybe in this wind condition that we have now, it's a bit of a crossover. So both boats, or this boat in particular, Tahiti, choosing to take the lower mode and the lower course to the marks.
Hey, Robbie, I'd like to bring your attention up to the top left-hand side of your screen right now where we can see the actual points. As you see, Tahiti with 7 points and Seychelles tied behind them with 7 points. So interesting to see in their current position, if you add up the points from the first race and where they are right now, this is how the leaderboard would be standing right now. So a tie for first place with these 4 teams.
Yeah, that's right. Tahiti obviously being the leader of this race, and they got a second yesterday. So that'll make the Seychelles, if they continue like this, then their points will be the same. But yeah, beautiful to have the live point score as it stands in race 2.
Really nice to see both boats have put in a jibe and no drama as we're seeing them coming into the port tack. Yeah. Into the gate.
It looks like all the boats are laying this gate mark, so I don't think they'll have to do any more jibes coming in. You can expect, with these two boats being so close, Morocco and Seychelles respectively, you can probably expect them to choose different gates to each other, so going around different gate marks, turning different ways, and ultimately sailing different ways up the race course for more opportunity.
So what's your take on which gate they should choose?
Well, coming in here, it looks like they've got a right shift, so they're on port jibe at the moment, and it looks like they're sailing directly towards that gate. So right shift, meaning a left turn, looking downwind, and then heading out to that right-hand side to maximize it.
I like it. That's the strategy, at least here in the commentary booth. We'll see what the teams decide to do. As we see, what's going on here?
Drama.
A little bit we can definitely see some wind. You can see those white caps out there. So it looks like Morocco right there it's getting a little bit hot and spicy on that boat. They looks like they've lost the spinnaker. So
wow,
not being able to bear away right there.
Yeah, lots going on. It seems like they're pre-powered up in the main, and it's not letting them get the bow down and get back sailing. But yeah, flappy kite is not a happy kite, and on Morocco there's a wee bit of issue.
So there we go. We were talking about these teams fighting against themselves, and that's an exact demonstration of having to just handle the boat. There is quite a bit of wind coming down. If it was 13 knots as they were getting up to the windward mark, you've probably got some nice 18-knot gusts that are coming down right now. So yeah, I don't know exactly which asymmetrical spinnaker they're using, but I don't think it's the smallest one. So those boats right now are real powered up as we're taking a look here now, Tahiti. And guess what? They went down that left-hand gate as you're looking downwind. So looks like they were listening to what you were saying.
No, well, they've definitely got more information than we do up here in the commentary booth. But no, a great rounding from Tahiti, and they've built that lead out so they could take their time a wee bit and make sure it was a clean drop, which it was.
And Seychelles now going off to around the right-hand side gate, looking downwind, of course. And so Seychelles right now deciding to go to the left-hand side of the race course. Tahiti matching them and deciding to not let them go off on their own. So Tahiti is coming back to try to stay with the Seychelles, as we're now looking at Morocco coming down into the gate. Now, if they have one more issue here, Morocco, Looks like the drop is, they're doing a good job at not dropping the halyard too quickly and everything going into the water. So looks like the drop is pretty good, actually.
Yeah, it looked like the kite was going to go in the water and potentially make more of an issue.
No, actually, no, it's not. Look at that.
Yeah, it seems like
that's going to be a big problem when we get back to the
under control there.
Yeah. So what's happening right now is Morocco. Half of the spinnaker came down in front of the forestay. The other half came inside the boat behind the forestay. That's going to create all sorts of problems as they get back up to the weather mark.
Absolutely, yeah, it's going to
for sure. That's going to be a mess.
Yeah.
But look at right now, Mozambique coming back. So Mozambique looks like they're getting an early drop, probably wanting to make absolutely no mistakes. Even if they're a little bit slow, it's better to be slow and drop early than to drop too far and to go past and beyond the gate.
Absolutely. We saw Morocco there not do the cleanest drop. And if you're Mozambique and you're on the hunt, then you're just looking for those kinds of things to get you back in the game.
Yeah, exactly. So Mozambique right now, Morocco going off to the right-hand side. I think there must be something going on the Moroccan boat, which didn't allow them to tack right away. So Morocco is still in third place, but with a pretty big broach down on the first downwind, allowing Mozambique to come back into the race. So Mozambique isn't there yet, but they're on the hunt. So right now, as we're seeing Mozambique get down to the leeward gate, and Morocco finally being able to put in an attack and go back up in the right direction.
Yeah, that's right. And it looks like they are hooking into that right-hand shift, as we can see the 2D tracker there. It looked like Tahiti was on a nice right-hand shift, so Morocco should benefit from that as well. As we go on board with the Seychelles, it looks like they're very powered up, and it looks like everyone's hiking as hard as they can to get the boat flat and keep that power in the sails. But nice work by the Seychelles finding that puff, and it definitely looks like the breeze is building.
Yeah, as we can see right now, the mainsail track is just a little bit lower. So obviously, we've got some more pressure out there on the water. And they're making them work for it, and really making sure that they put a little bit of twist in that mainsail in order to not overpower it.
Exactly, yeah, and worth noting that this is the lightest team out of the 4 we have, with 1 less person on board, so they'll be working double as hard to make sure that boat's flat and they gain as much power out of the sails as they can.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, right now there is so much wind and they're so light that you want to be taking some power out of that sail. And that's exactly what they're trying to do, and in order to be able to have a little bit more twist in that mainsail and depower the sail. The reason why you want to depower the sail is because what happens is when the mainsail is too powerful, it actually makes the boat want to luff, so go closer to the wind. And then you have to correct that. You correct that with your rudder angle. And the more you have to correct it, the more you put your rudder sideways through the water and you actually slow your boat down. So in order to be able to go fast, sometimes putting a little pressure off of that mainsail, allowing the rudder to be nice and straight, will allow you to be faster than if you put on too much power onto the mainsail and having to correct with the rudder.
Exactly, and it's also worth touching on that, too much power in the mainsail, and ultimately the boat heels over a lot. And in the case of Tahiti, they're a little bit lighter, and they need as much weight or as much down force on the windward side as they can, just to make sure that boat is driving through the water in a straight line rather than slipping sideways as they do when they're overpowered and heeled over.
So it's interesting as we get these drone views right now, as we can sort of see sort of what is the setting as you look at the jib track, the mainsail track right now, as they're working on it. You can see that when they have a little bit less wind, then they can bring up that jib track, that mainsail track. Sorry, I keep saying jib track. I don't know why, but the mainsail track, and they can go a little bit higher to the wind. And then as soon as they get a puff that comes in, like right now, you see the boat starting to lean over a little bit, and they ease that mainsail out. And they always try to keep the same heel angle on the boat.
Yeah, totally right. And as we can see on the mainsail here of Tahiti, you mentioned depowering. They've got that sort of crease at the foot or at the bottom of the mainsail, and that just sort of takes the curvature out of the bottom or the foot of the mainsail and is depowering. Also, we can see the cunningham there. If you see that circle patch on the tack or the front left of that mainsail, you can see that cunningham's pulled down on the tack of the boom, and you can see the crease running along, just once again depowering and straightening out that luff.
You can actually even see the mainsail sort of flapping like that. They really try to make that sail as flat as possible. And right now, the only sail that's really working and pulling the boat forward is that front sail.
Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, as the helmsman or as the skipper on board, you're really looking at that front sail, looking at the telltales, and you're really driving off that, especially in these conditions when you're a bit overpowered.
So, a pretty light boat, light crew, and having to depower their mainsail quite a bit. It's really interesting to look at how they're sailing and seeing that they're just really trying to take the power off of that mainsail. They could perhaps race committee for the next race will decide to put in an even smaller front sail. It'll make things more balanced on the boat.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. If there is too much power for the boat and the sail, or specifically in this case the front sail, is too big, then yes, you're absolutely right. Going down to a smaller front sail will give better balance between the mainsail and that jib.
So perhaps some of you at home are asking yourselves, well, why don't they put a reef in the main?
Well, the reef, it's definitely an option on some boats, but obviously specifically here, no reefs on the mainsails here at the SSL. The reef effectively just shortens the mainsail, so it's not as high in the air and reduces that sail area.
Yeah, it's just not possible. The way these masts are made, carbon fiber, the rigidity comes from having the sail all the way to the top, so it's not an option to be able to reduce the size of the mainsail. So the mainsail will always be the same size, and so they'll change out the front sails.
Yeah, exactly, balancing it out with that jib. So currently they're on the J2, the medium jib at the moment, which looks to be all right in this, especially in this flat water. They can really flatten it out and depower it, but as we can see on board Team Seychelles, everyone is working hard to get that boat going as fast as possible.
So everybody hanging out right there. You notice how there's no foot straps, so all the crew really have to be using the sheets in order to be able to hold on and to hike outside. So
yeah, it's specific to these boats. It's called drop hiking, and it's not like your traditional small boat where you do have the foot straps. You really do have to get all your torso and some of your lower half onto the windward side of the gunnel, and you're almost effectively dropping outside the boat, hence the drop hike.
Yeah, the hardest thing is not dropping outside the boat, though. The hardest thing is coming back into the boat.
Yeah, they're definitely holding those lines pretty tightly to keep themselves held in there. It's
easier for some positions. Like here, we just saw the grinder coming back in because he's got the handle, so he can sort of pull himself up using the handle. The others, Hainiti right there on the bottom left-hand side, she's the mid-bow. You see how she's holding on. The boat is so angled, so heeled over. She doesn't really have to hold on too tight because she just with her knees being bent, she can sort of sit on the side of the boat. But then it's always a question of just doing that little pop to get back into the boat.
Yeah, exactly. Especially when the afterguard or the tactician calls for a maneuver like attack in this case. Getting up from that drop hike position is always a challenge.
Yeah, and if you do it too late, then the boat is flat and it's literally impossible to get down to the other side.
Absolutely. As we can see on board Tahiti there, you can see the bowmen. They're almost just sitting on the gunnel with the boat heeled over. They're sort of just sat flat, so it's not too much of an issue. And he was able to easily come up and get ready for this top mark rounding.
So they're getting to the windward mark now. Tahiti rounding first for the second time. Let's take a look at how they're going to work in their boats. So as we see here, we could talk about the mainsail going out. That's going to ease and allow the boat to just twist around without putting, again, too much rudder angle. As we see the two grinders getting ready. Hainiti right there, she's pulling up the halyard slowly but surely, they're sneaking that spinnaker up there. As you see, the bowman right there just holding the sail so that it doesn't go into the water. As long as they have that bowsprit out, they need to be doing some sort of work with the spinnaker. So now he's let it go, and now it's full speed with the grinders in order to have that sail goes up. As soon as that sail goes up, the jib should be coming down. So the jib not dropping right now is, we saw that again on the first one. It's unfortunate because they just lost a good length and a half, a boat length and a half.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision to keep the jib up, but potentially they deem these jibs to be small enough and the breeze to be great enough that maybe they want to keep it up for a little bit just to keep them a bit more balance and a bit more stability. So it looks like they've gone through the jibe with the jib up, and it seems like they're electing to keep it.
They can keep it, and it can be beneficial, but they really have to put in a really high angle in order to be able to make it work. And you see how hard it is right now for them to get that spinnaker to actually, fill up. Oh, what's happened here? Looks like we have a penalty. So first penalty being given right now. Is that a penalty to the Seychelles? It looks like it is a penalty to the Seychelles. Oh, this is good for Morocco, and it's good for Mozambique. It's throwing yep, so definitely a penalty right there for Team Seychelles. Oh, they forgot to release the runner on the leeward side, so now they got to go around and put in a jibe. Oh, I don't know. I think also having that bowsprit out will perhaps they need to be bringing that bowsprit in, or are they going to get another penalty for that? We'll see what happens. I don't think they're allowed to do a 360 with a bowsprit out. We'll see what happens.
Really opens the door for that Moroccan and Mozambique teams, respectively, because an issue like that or a fault like that really brings them back into the game. So expect Morocco to be seeing that in front of them and making sure that they are going full hammer down to catch up to them.
All right, so now they've done their 360. We'll find out exactly why there was a 360. We'll get that information. Perhaps if Carolina is out in the water and she saw exactly what happened, she can tell us. We'll find out if she can hear us and if she can let us know anything. Carolina, did you see what happened out there for that penalty?
Carolina, what is going on? I think they want to go.
So I think Carolina is about to hear us, but let's take a look here at Team Morocco putting in a jibe a little bit too fast. It looks like now they've wrapped it up against the forestay. Oh no! No. This was the opportunity of a lifetime for Morocco to get back into it, and now they've wrapped it around the forestay. Oh, unfortunate.
Yeah. Big drama on board Morocco also. So it's all go here for race number 1 of day 2. But it looks like they're still having issues trying to get that tack down and make sure that kite is set.
All right, perhaps looks like right now, I can't see what's happening at the top of the kite, but it looks like it's full. But guess who's coming into the picture now in 4th place? We've got Mozambique. So if the Seychelles and Morocco keep on having drama on their boat, it's going to be an opportunity for the Mozambique guys to come back and perhaps get a little bit closer to those two teams. Well, maybe it's a little far right now, but you could just tell at how close it is between the two teams, right? Seychelles and Morocco. There was almost 1 minute. Morocco was almost a minute behind the Seychelles as they got to the windward mark, and right now they're just neck and neck.
Yeah, it really looked like Morocco dug into the Seychelles after they had the fault and had the penalty with the 360, but obviously with a jibe like that will put you a wee bit back in the fleet.
I'd like to see Mozambique live, see how they're doing, how they're setting up their stuff. Look at this. This is really close.
Yeah, both boats, or all 3 boats, have jibed onto that port, and here we see Mozambique on board. They've just jibed onto port, which indicates a right-hand shift, and port tack being the right. That'll get them down to the closest to the finish mark.
Yeah, I'm seeing a little bit of the corner of the asymmetrical spinnaker right there of Mozambique. So it looks like they've managed to put in that jibe quite well. No issues for Mozambique. Yeah, they can. They do know how to do good maneuvers on that boat. Oh man, had they been able to take a better start or to take a start, they would have been into the race, and perhaps we would be seeing them in second place right now. But that's music for the next race. Right now, let's concentrate on what's going on with these two teams here as Seychelles and Morocco are battling it out.
Yeah,
So-
Morocco nicely positioned here on the Seychelles. I'm not sure if they're as far advanced as we can see on the drone shot here, but whatever pressure is coming on that right-hand side, the Moroccans will get that first, and they'll be able to take that closer and closer to the Seychelles. So it's definitely not over for second place, and we'll keep an eye out on these middle two boats.
So it looks like 100 meters difference between Morocco and Seychelles right now. It's just really concentration here on this boat, making sure they sail fast, making sure that when they do pick up their speed, then they can just bear away. I'm seeing the boat kind of weaving left and right, so it's good. They're working their boat. They're working the shifts, and they're also working the puffs.
Yeah, exactly. I mentioned on that first downwind that there's sort of two modes, that low, slower mode, or this high mode, as we can see. And it looks like the boats are planing, and it looks like they have enough breeze. So they're really getting that boat lit up and making sure they're going as fast as possible.
So right now, Seychelles basically has one option. They need to be able to defend where they're going. So their option is to put in a high mode. And Morocco, you see right there on the right-hand side, what they're trying to do is they're trying to get down as close as they can to the Seychelles to bring that lateral distance between those two boats down to as close as they can. Obviously, the closer they're going to go down to the Seychelles, the slower they're going to sail. So it's a difficult position for Morocco to get closer to the Seychelles, but Morocco has an advantage as they're going to be getting the puffs first.
Exactly, yeah, it's a bit of a trade-off. So if you're on board Morocco, you're hoping those puffs are really coming, and like you mentioned, you can really take it down and soak a wee bit lower, a wee bit slower, but get onto the line of the Seychelles and potentially cause them with some dirty air. It looks like the delta is about 100 meters, so a wee bit of a gap in between them, and potentially not enough to make it up. But as we can see, they're coming into the finish line. You can expect one more jibe potentially for both second and third place, and it looks like Tahiti on board now are running away with it.
So Tahiti, this will be their first win here on race number two of the qualifying series for Africa and Oceania. Right now, Tahiti, as you take a look at the leaderboard, they have 7 points. They did a nice second place yesterday and first place today, as they're about to go through the gate, so that's not a problem. They can go through that gate, and the finishing line is just a little bit further down as Tahiti. Look at them. Oh, having a good time out there. So good ambiance as
Great vibes on board Tahiti. They're happy with that.
Everybody's rowing to the finish.
That's awesome to see, and obviously vibes will be high with such an emphatic win like that. So, no, all positives to take from that race, and cool to see their celebrations there.
Yeah, so very nice. Good job. Congratulations, Tahiti, on your first win here in the qualifications. So 7 points for Tahiti. Seychelles right now has got a little bit more of a battle going on between them and Morocco, but it looks like the Seychelles has just managed to sneak out in front now and has a clear lead over Morocco. Seychelles doing a good job exchanging spots with Tahiti, as Tahiti was second yesterday. Seychelles is now second today, and that ties them up. Seychelles is tied up with Tahiti with 7 points on the leaderboard.
Yeah, that definitely puts them both and tied on the leaderboard now going into this second race of day 2. So exciting and all to play for both these teams.
So the goal was to sail for about 45 minutes, and we see Tahiti did the race course in 39 minutes and 49 seconds, so they were a little bit fast. Obviously, the wind started to pick up during this race, so we saw that with Morocco having a bit of an issue on the first downwind. The Seychelles picking up a penalty on the second downwind. So a little bit of action going on here on the first race of the day.
Yeah, that's right. And it's worth noting that both these teams, or all these teams, in fact, have, they jibed around that top mark. So they jibed straight onto port jibe, and they didn't have to do any more jibes. So it looks like the breeze has shifted right for all these teams, and we're looking at that throughout the race, and it seems like that's been trending.
And there we go. So Seychelles making it across the line. Congratulations, as they put in a second place for today. They were first yesterday. They just swapped places with Tahiti. So right now, sitting at the top of the leaderboard is Tahiti and the Seychelles. And we're looking at the boats in the background coming into the finishing line, as we have Morocco right here about to cross the fishing line. And look at that, Mozambique sailing a clean race, and they're actually not too far off.
Yeah, they definitely caught up. They definitely did catch up with a few issues, or a couple issues from Morocco and Seychelles respectively. So Mozambique did close the distance, so there's a bit of confidence to take from that, but I'm sure they'll be looking for a better start to be more in the game earlier on.
Yeah, so good job here on the Moroccan boat. And I'm just really looking forward to seeing Mozambique fight, to get a good start. Mozambique yesterday was a little early on the start. They had to come back down, go underneath the starting line because they can, and that's what you're supposed to do when you get an early start. And then today they got a late start. So as soon as Mozambique can figure out
somewhere in the middle,
a good start,
somewhere in the middle, yeah, but that would be nice.
But we can see the boat handling on this with these guys is good. They've made no mistakes. They caught back up to the others. So excited to see this second race.
Yeah, we got beautiful wind and we got beautiful weather, so it's all go. And we've got 2 more races scheduled for today, and all the teams will be excited and ready to go and put that practice into more use into race 2 today.
Yeah, the weather forecast, as we're seeing, is going to be. We should have a pretty constant winds all day long. We should not be seeing any of those big storm clouds like we did yesterday, because in the end yesterday we ended up by having some hail fall down on the boats. There was lightning. So you obviously didn't see it because we were waiting for everything to start again. But yeah, it was pretty epic yesterday out on the lake. As soon as the storm clouds start really rolling off of the Jura, the mountain range, which is just to the left-hand side of your screen right there, it can get pretty windy and pretty strong.
Yeah, you're the Lake Neuchâtel expert, so I'm listening to you when you talk about the weather. That's local knowledge right there. So if no storms are coming, then game on for these sailors, and they'll be looking forward to seeing some sunny blue skies and some breeze.
Yeah, exactly, and we're going to appreciate that today because apparently it's going to be raining tomorrow. So this is why I believe race committee is really going to be wanting to put in 3 races today. 3 nice races. Should be good.
Yeah, that'll catch us back up. We're, like everyone must be aware, we did 1 race yesterday, so catching back up, doing 3 today would put us in good stead, ready for the final day of the qualification.
Yeah, just a little bit of info for you guys on that last one. The race course was 1.15 nautical miles long, and the top mark was at 245 degrees west. Looks here like we have Lima flag on the boat. Oh no, we have Carolina. It's on the boat. I was looking at the flag, not Carolina. Okay, well, Carolina, down to you.
Hello, hi. Yes, I'm on board with Tahiti again. Congratulations, perfect race. It was amazing from the start to the end that you just control all of the fleet. How was it?
When it's like this, it's always perfect for sure. We had a good start and they also made a bad start, so it was easier for us. And then we just had to check the wind because we had a lot of wind shift, and we had to control the fleet with that wind shift. So yeah, we did great, and they did great because I just driving. But they did a good job.
I see here it's Lima flag on board. What is going on?
We have a small injury and a small break on the halyard, the jib halyard. When you hoist and sail with the jib, the lock is not locking very well, so they are checking it.
Okay, so it's very needed to everything be perfect on board. Also, one question about this conversation with the jury. I heard something. Can you explain us what is the most important on a top mark with the details?
The thing was that when you start to get the pole out, you have to start the hoist maneuver. And because we had a bit of more pressure on the dog leg, I called to stop the hoist, because otherwise we will have almost capsized. So it could be a penalty on that. So that's why he came to me and said, watch out, you are aware now, don't do it again.
Okay, so you have to be very careful. Okay, Teva, thank you so much. Good luck and wish you all the best.
Carolina, so a little bit of an issue there with the halyard of the jib. And yeah, like we were saying, Robbie, they have to be really careful going around that windward mark, because there are some rules in place.
Absolutely correct. Yeah, it's quite kind from the umpires, to be honest, just to give them a warning and to make sure that they don't do it again. I'm sure that everyone on board, after that sort of warning, the telling off, they'll be more, I guess, more ready for the next race and make sure that doesn't happen again.
Yeah, so it is quite friendly. Obviously, that's going to happen once. And then next time that's going to happen, they're going to get themselves a penalty. Obviously, sometimes the Seychelles, I'm sure it was too much. It was too flagrant to be able to just get a warning. So they ended up by getting a penalty. Here we go. So these are the points awarded here in this race. 4 points went off to Tahiti, 3 to the Seychelles, 2 to Morocco, and 1 to Mozambique. So in overall, this means that we're going to see it right here. Probably Tahiti and Seychelles, there you go, are tied up with 7 points as we've just finished race number 2. And Morocco and Mozambique are picking up the rear. Mozambique really, really needing to put in a good race.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be debriefing now, just talking through with each other on their processes, especially for that start, just to make sure they get that one right and make sure they're in the hunt. They'll be, making sure that they touch on their difficulties and sort of sort each other out, just to make sure that they have a better race and are more engaged here.
I'm reading a little bit of what's going on here out on the race course. I'm seeing that the wind is still at an angle of 245 degrees west, and so it looks like stable conditions as it's been shifting somewhere between 230 and 260 during the whole last race, so which is very nice.
Yeah, we saw the race committee put up that 245 degrees was the angle to the top mark, and we saw that swing to the right, so getting higher in number. There's that 260 that you mentioned earlier, and we saw that was the trend throughout the race. And touching on Tahiti, they did a beautiful job in protecting that right-hand side and maximizing that right-hand shift.
Yeah, exactly. So right now, as we're waiting to get things started on race number 3, the second race of the day, don't forget to follow us on Facebook as well as on Instagram. And thank you for watching us here on YouTube. We've got a Lima flag on Team Tahiti, so they'll be figuring that out. We see that all the front sails are down. Are they going to decide to keep them on or not? We'll see what happens. We're going to take a small break right now. We'll be back with race number 2 of the day. Guys, don't go anywhere. There's a lot more racing where this came from.
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
sometimes I play it safe, and you can see it, it's easy for me to show. But sometimes I'm really brave, and that just means that I'll try again tomorrow. It's my doubt created mountains where the valleys used to be. Gotta change perspective if I really wanna see that sunrise over the water. I swam over and under, get lost in all the wonder, never call it quits, no. When life hit me apart, I went faster and farther. I just gotta remember I was made for this. I was made for this. I was made for this. Oh, I live among the waves. Let them take me as far as they want to go. And it's time for me to say, they won't break me, I'm braver than I know. It's my doubt created mountains where the valleys used to be. Gotta change perspective if I really wanna see it. Sunrise over the water, I swam over and under, get lost in all the wonder, never call it quits, no. When life hit me apart, I went faster and farther. I just gotta remember I was made for this. Oh, such a time as this. It's my doubt creating mountains where the valleys used to be. And all the things I thought I knew were changing like the seas. Yeah. But I've overcome it all and I'm still here. Oh, I gotta change perspectives if I really wanna see. Sunrise over the water, I swam over and under, get lost in all the wonder, never call it quits, no. When life hit me apart, I went faster and farther. I just gotta remember I was made for this. Oh, such a time as this. Oh, I was made for this.
don't even really know where to begin, because it seems like every time I get ahead, I end up going 2 steps back. So tonight, I'm just gonna let this one ride. You know what I mean?
Contemplating all my time. My thoughts make me tired, just running through my mind. Wonder if there's peace that I could find, instead of always being on the grind. I need a new purpose, I'm looking for so much more. Don't leave me here searching, you're just what I'm longing for. When times are getting crazy and everything seems hazy, is there some place for safety I could go? Run away, run away, run away into your escape. Run away, run away, run away, you're never too far to run. Run away, run away, run away into your escape. Run away, run away, run away. Run away, run away, run away. It gets so loud that I can barely hear, but your words speak much louder than all my fears. Sometimes I just wanna disappear, running until I can feel you near. I need a new purpose, I'm looking for so much more. Don't leave me here searching, you're just what I'm longing for. When times are getting crazy and everything seems hazy, is there some place for safety I could go? Run away, run away, run away into your escape. Run away, run away, run away, you're never too far to run. Run away, run away, run away into your escape. Run away, run away, run away. Run away, run away, run away. myself because you put me through hell.
I guess I should thank you for that.
I'm okay, but it was a real close call. It went from a walk to a crawl. Had to tear down the Berlin Wall. I was panicking, but hey, I guess I survived you. And that shit was hard to do. I've had every shade of blues since I met you. I think that I'm over it, but then I see you out again, laughing with the group of friends. There he is, you're holding hands, makes me feel pathetic and a little bit erratic. So I drink till I can't stand. And you know I won't confront you, even though it's all I wanna do. Probably best to just ignore it, both impossible and true. I wasn't fine to begin with, walked all those lines to begin with, but you forced me to work on myself because you put me through hell.
Thank you for that.
I'm okay, but it was a real close call. It went from a walk to a crawl. Had to tear down the Berlin Wall. I was panicking, but hey, I guess that I survived you. And that shit was hard to do. I've had every shade of blues since I met you. She loves me now. The petals hit the floor. And what you get is what you got when you can't pull no more. I'm okay, but it was a real close call. It went from a walk to a crawl. Had to tear down the Berlin Wall. I was panicking, but hey, I guess that I survived you. And that shit was hard to do. I've had every shade of blues since I met you.
Single your confusion, great brave woman, laughing to illusion. You're not afraid to die, you know dying is alone. Down or up, you're still alone, laughing or crying, you roll alone. How do you do it? You know I come from pain. You say I can't complain, it's on me. The past is on gone, and the future's unknown. You are telling me, tell me. You are telling me, you tell me. He said to be polite, the only way to get what you want, the only way they like you is to stay in line and follow the crowd. But you stand out black as the night. You know they're all lying. You know I come from pain. You say I can't complain, it's on me. The past is long gone, and the future's unknown. You are telling me, you told me. Climbing to your bright future, even though you're dying. You fell before and you keep on trying. You do it all again, now blinded by beauty. You tell the story as it is, speaking not to be understood, but it's better good. You know I come from pain. Say I can't complain, it's on me. The past is long gone, and the future's unknown. You are telling me, you tell me. You are telling me, you're telling me. You are telling me it's a me.
Take me home, take me on a ride. I got a good feeling about the colors lighting up your eyes. Take me home, take eyes take me home, take me to the sky. I got a good feeling. Tell me the only thing you want is mine. Take me home, take me on a ride. I got a good feeling about the colors lighting up your eyes. Take me home, take me to the sky. I got a good feeling. Tell me the only thing you want is mine now. I got a good feeling. I got a good feeling. Good Why you look surprised when we've done this all before? I'm not sure the highs really make up for the lows. When words don't work and I get hurt, somehow I feel like I'm the worst. Manipulation overload, but babe, this time I'll steal the show. Please listen close. Stop drumming on my heart, please stop. The rhythm that you're playing is just way up. You're not singing in the right key, check your tone, or soon you'll be a one-man band alone. Stop drumming on my heart, please stop. The rhythm that you're playing is just way up. You're not singing in the right key, check your tone, or soon you'll be a one-man band alone. Stop drumming on my heart. Out of sync and out of touch, and maybe even out of love. Stop drumming on my heart, please stop. Got me black and blue, making me wanna walk. You're not singing in the right key, check your tone, or soon you'll be a one-man band alone. Stop drumming on my heart, please stop. The rhythm that you're playing is just way up. You're not singing in the right key, check your tone, or soon you'll be a one-man band alone. Stop drumming on my heart.
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
About to get the second race of the day started over here, but before we do so, we're just a couple minutes before the start. Let's go down onto the water and let's listen to what Carolina is going to have to say to us after taking a look at this provisional overall. As you see, Tahiti and Seychelles tied up for first place with 7 points. Morocco finishing twice in second place. Mozambique twice in fourth place. And so therefore Morocco with 4 points, Mozambique with 2. Now, Robbie, we're going to go down onto the water and listen to what Carolina has to say. Carolina, can you hear us?
Yes. Hello, Jan. Hello, Robbie. So yes, we are on the water. So yeah, we have less than 4 minutes to the start. I think teams they're preparing very nicely behind the starting line. We have more wind, in my opinion, right now. The forecast shows to be less wind, but basically we have, I think, a little bit more wind, and it's increasing. So another racing in very good sailing conditions. We'll see what will happen.
Okay, yeah, we were looking at the messages from race committee, looking like the race course is set at an angle of 235 degrees west, and the wind is oscillating between 220 and 240. So we're seeing that, we were talking about the clouds earlier, and we're seeing that that's making a difference every time one's coming in.
Yeah, that's right. In race 1 of today, the bearing to the top mark was 245, so that wind now is in a little bit of a left-hand phase there at 230. So interesting to see, and I'm sure these boats and these tacticians will be all over that wind shift, coming into just under 2 minutes 30 till the gun.
Well, here's a good image. I'd like to see you 4 pictures, 4 boats in our picture right here, and that's a very good thing. So Mozambique is closer to the starting line. I really, really would like to see them get a good start. They've had 2 problematic starts on this team right here, and it's a shame because they put them out of the first and the second race. So we'll see what happens. Right now they're into the game. We're less than 2 minutes before the start, and let's see what's going on here with Team Mozambique and how they're going to manage to get a start.
Yeah, it looks like they're quite close to the line, so they're having to do a bit of a slow up here. A lot of the boats advancing towards that line on that starboard ley line. Mozambique ahead of the pack, potentially having to slow down a wee bit, which will leave them vulnerable with the 3 boats behind them coming in with speed.
So what we don't want to see them is getting themselves blocked out of the way, as we see Mozambique right now putting in a big dive down. And are they going to manage to come back up, or are they going to put in a jibe? So it's 1 minute and 15 seconds before the start. Mozambique right now facing the wrong way. They're putting in a jibe, trying to slow themselves down. Now let's see what happened and what distance they really are to the line. As we see Tahiti right now trying to slow down. The same thing with Morocco. So this is a good thing for Mozambique. They're probably going to be able to come back in, as we see both boats here now slowing down. Seychelles with a sort of a high mode. And looks like Morocco is the first boat out there. Seychelles in a strong position right here, Robbie.
Yeah, looks to my eye like Seychelles and Tahiti are set up nicely with a bit of space towards the line to build on. We're looking here at Morocco. They're just flapping that front sail.
Yeah, Morocco's a little bit early right now.
Very vulnerable with those boats coming in behind.
Yeah, right now the Seychelles is they can accelerate and they can go downwind if they want to right now, and they could squeeze Tahiti. Tahiti right now putting the move on Morocco. Morocco not going to be able to bear away. Less than 20 seconds before the start, as we see Jan Rigat at the front of his boat right now. They're only a boat length away, so Tahiti looks like they're a little bit early as well, and Seychelles is blocking Tahiti, perhaps pushing Tahiti over the line. 2-1, and I believe that's a clear start. So looks like a clear start right there.
Wow,
fast.
Great start from Tahiti. On the line with speed and definitely on time. That was very close, but well done to Team Tahiti for that start.
All right, we see Mozambique now coming across the line for the first time with everybody else. So good job right there on Team Mozambique, looking like they've got a really nice high mode. They've been able to sail in a high mode all week long. And Morocco had a little bit of an issue getting some speed off of the line. So it looks like right now Morocco is in 4th place as boats are off of the line.
Yeah.
What a great drone shot right here, by the way.
Amazing drone shot. Nice to have this sort of footage just to see both boats lined up. You know, it looks like they're at the same angle and the same speed, so it's all to play for, and it looks like the distance between the 2 boats isn't much, so we're race on here.
Yeah, interesting. I'm trying to look at the differences between the 2 sails and 2 main sails, and if I can see any visible differences from this point of view right now.
It looks like the hiking on the boat Tahiti looks like they're definitely a wee bit lower. Maybe that's to do with the Seychelles having 1 left person, but it looks like the riding moment, the power of the boat on Tahiti is a little bit better, and that's just driving them forward.
Yeah, so perhaps Tahiti being I believe the lightest crew, or was it the Seychelles? But anyways, both of those boats are quite light. They're the ones that have 1 person less on the boat.
Yeah, absolutely, and it looks like everyone's doing their job. But as we see the drone shot again, the boats are still very, very similar, and not much has changed.
Pretty funny how looking at how the Seychelles right now are kind of in, it looks like a little bit of a high mode. I don't know if that's just because of the vantage point of the drone. But both boats looking very equal right now. They're in a drag race of their own right now. What's important for them is to be able to get some speed and try to beat the other one right now.
Absolutely. You mentioned it is a drag race. And the further they go, the more dominant position Tahiti are in, because
Definitely
obviously
looks like the boats are coming together right here.
Absolutely, it looks like that
little bit
leverage
of
is
a
closed.
Yeah, a little bit of a high mode. Looking like the Seychelles are able to sail higher and just as fast as Tahiti. So interesting, right there.
Yeah, it's definitely a move. If you're the Seychelles, you know you're getting close to that ley line. You know you're going to have to tack. You just try to put a little bit of hurt on Tahiti if you can, and create that high mode. Trying to force Tahiti to tack before the ley line.
There's Alan Julie right there, the captain of the team at the helm, looking back, looking around. He's really trying to put in that high mode. And if those guys would hike and really get off of the boat, they could probably go just a little bit higher.
Certainly advantage to Tahiti. They're controlling the race from now. As mentioned, we're coming into the ley line. They pick their time when they want to attack, and they pick their time when they want to go back to Mark 1. So all advantage to Tahiti, but the Seychelles are doing a good job of hanging in there.
Yeah, if the Seychelles could sail a little bit higher, they could be in a more powerful position than Tahiti. But for the time being right now, Tahiti is not letting the Seychelles boat put any sort of wind shadow, casting any wind shadow, upwind of them. So Tahiti is able to stay there. But if the Seychelles can come up another half a boat length, then they could probably put a move on Tahiti.
Yeah, absolutely. They're still bow even at the moment.
Looks like Tahiti is about to tack right now.
Yeah, Tahiti going and choosing their moment. Potentially affected by the Seychelles, but it looks like Tahiti have picked their moment to come back, and as we see the Seychelles tacking as well. So both boats close to ley line, just wanting to keep their options open, and clear air for the Seychelles, so they'll be happy with that.
Yeah, tactically speaking, it's just not very interesting to ride all the way out to the boundary, to the left-hand side, because then you have no more tactical options, really.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at the tactical options, we saw Mozambique in the background there. They're going to have to go all the way behind both boats and tack closer up to that ley line, so there's less options for even Mozambique.
Mozambique and Morocco were the two boats that were really quite close to one another, and it looks like right now Morocco, having gone off to the right-hand side, has passed in front of Mozambique. So we see Morocco on the right-hand side of your screen, all the way back there. They just put in attack, and they're on their way back. It'll be interesting to see how Mozambique and Morocco will battle it out.
Yeah, we mentioned that the course bearing to the top mark was 230. If it goes any further right than that, which is what we have seen previous in the day, then the Moroccans will gain, but it'll be interesting to see the cross between Tahiti.
So Mozambique right now have gone straight off of the starting line. They have put in no more tacks. So they did say, one of the strategies was to put in the least amount of maneuvers possible. So probably going to see Mozambique going off to the left-hand side. And that's already 2 tacks for Team Morocco that they've put in. We'll definitely see how that comes up. When Morocco and Mozambique will come together, Morocco will have to put in a 3rd tack. So that'll be 3 tacks for Morocco and only 1 for Mozambique.
Yeah, and especially looking at the leaders here, they didn't even do a tack off the start line. They came all the way out to this left-hand side, and it looks like they're getting fruits for their labor coming out and getting a nice left shift. They look really powered up. And it looks like the boat on Tahiti is flying in that left shift. As we see the 2D there, looks like Seychelles have now taken the lead though, expecting that left-hand shift to come and causing that gain for the Seychelles, with Mozambique just behind them on that left-hand ley line, which they will gain from as well.
Yeah, so boats that are on the left-hand side of the race course, if we have a left-hand shift, will benefit more than the boats that are on the right.
Yeah, it looks like the Moroccans are taking that left-hand shift, but they're on the wrong tack for that. As they went up to the right-hand side, they need to get back towards the middle of the course, but potentially not the right time to do it, as they are on the knock tack, and a bit disadvantaged coming back into the fleet.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a header right now for Team Morocco, which is trying to come back to the left-hand side. Technically speaking, it's pretty difficult to go all the way to the right and then come back to the left.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're going out to the right-hand side, for example, then you're hoping you're on that lifted tack, which would be on port. But then also you're conversely trying to get onto the lifted tack coming back. So you're looking for the shifts and you're looking to play where you can and tack where you can, but it looks like these front three boats are doing a good job of staying in the lifted tack.
Tactically speaking as well, you want to stay with your adversaries because if you leave them on their own, I mean, perhaps you can get a good shift and then you'll pass way out in front, but most likely you won't.
Yeah, that's right. It's risk versus reward. There's obviously trade-off in that, giving the boats leverage, but then obviously you take the risk and potentially get more reward, as we can see.
Yeah, let's see what's going to happen here.
Yeah, cross between Mozambique and Morocco, very tight. Mozambique.
So Morocco has the right of way and is passing just in front of Mozambique. So perhaps that right-hand side wasn't so bad because they put in 3 tacks and they just barely passed in front of...
Yeah, that's right. And it's still as close as it was at the start, so that's good to see. But Mozambique obviously coming back. I think they're in 3rd place or 4th place currently, excuse me. And as we can see, Morocco going through attack on that port ley line. They'll be 1 and into this Mark 1.
Now I can tell you one thing, as Mozambique right now is hiking and giving everything they've got. There's only a 1 meter lead now for Morocco. It's just switched to Mozambique. So super close for 3rd and 4th place now. Mozambique and Morocco, this is the battle that is out there today. Seychelles and Tahiti. Well, Seychelles was out in front for a little while. Now it looks like Tahiti has found their speed, and they're back out in front now with a nice, almost 20-meter lead.
Yeah, tactically speaking, they came out to this left-hand side, so they're on port tack for the long tack, meaning any shift, either lift or knock on that port tack. Tahiti being the first person to tack, meaning they will gain with any shift or knock, as we can see, coming upwind. And we're on board here with Tahiti. Everyone looks very locked in. Everyone looks like they're doing their role with the drop hike, as we mentioned earlier. And it looks like the mid-bowman there struggling to get up, but it looks like Tahiti going through the tack now.
It looks like they're on the ley line right now. This is the final tack, as we see Jan Regader as the bowman right there on this boat, getting everything ready, making sure that they're going to be able to put up their spinnaker as they get around the windward mark.
It's
as
very
we
close,
see Seychelles coming in the background right there, having to go low. So Seychelles is putting in a tack and then a maneuver. They unfortunately lose quite a bit of speed.
Yeah, that's right. They still had to do the tack, but they are still hot on the heels of Tahiti, and it's all to play for this set. We'll have a look at them just sneaking that kite. You can see the bowman on Tahiti just pulling the tack of that kite out and just making sure that they're all set up. When that pole does go out, then the kite can go up as fast as it can. Here we go.
You see the grinders in the middle going as fast as they can. Hainiti, which is just on the left-hand side of your screen, as she's pulling that halyard manually with the help, obviously, of the winches going around. And there it is, nice and full. Looks like the tack line is not all the way out on the pole. So they're going to have to pull. There you go. You see they're trying to pull the tack line back. There's so much pressure on that spinnaker right there, really making it hard for them to get that tack line, for that spinnaker to get down to the end of the pole. As we're looking behind, the spinnaker still not up on the Seychelles, as we are quite a ways from that second mark right there. So the Seychelles only now managing to get the spinnaker up. They didn't lose much. Let's take a look at what's going on in the background, as Mozambique now is coming around for the first time in 3rd place. So here we go with Hoist right now.
Yeah, it looks like the grind is working really hard.
You can tell how much power they're putting into it right there.
You saw the helmsman with a bit of animation and screaming.
Oh, no!
Oh, dear.
Oh, no, they've got themselves a penalty. That's a red flag, right, Robbie? You saw that as well,
It looked like that on the umpire boat. Drama for Mozambique and confusion
and
also.
What's going on with Morocco in the background right there?
Yeah, a lot of screaming, a lot of shouting, a lot of communication on board Mozambique. They're not too sure what to do. But it would be interesting to know what the penalty is for.
So I can tell you one thing is they haven't practiced for this maneuver right here. It's a 360. If I saw right, they got a red flag. Now they're going to have to do a 360, so they're going to have to take a little bit of their time about how they're going to do this. They haven't been able to practice doing a 360 downwind, so this is a new maneuver for them.
So they'll have to drop the kite before they do that 360, right?
Yeah, yeah. They'll probably just do a normal drop, which will putting up the jib and everything and making sure that they don't put that spinnaker in the water, because currently they're still in. Yeah, you see the red flag on the motorboat to the left-hand side of Team Mozambique holding it up. That means you do your penalty turn right now.
That's right.
Mozambique right now is going to have to.
Fortunate for Mozambique, Morocco are just getting their kite up now, so they definitely had an issue. They're still in third place. Here we go on board Mozambique, trying to figure out how they're going to do this 360 and the best way to do the process.
Yeah, so they're definitely trying to figure out how they're going to do this this maneuver, but they need to hurry up and do this maneuver, because otherwise perhaps eventually getting another penalty. So right now they got to put that spinnaker back onto the deck at least.
Looks like they're going through a jibe with the spinnaker on.
Right, so we'll find out what's going to happen. They've got to do something.
Potentially a bit more confusion on board as to how they're going to do it, but they are still in third place, and they've got a little bit of a lead on Morocco in fourth to be able to get this done.
So looks like Mozambique is about 400 meters in front of, behind the Seychelles in third place, but they're also about 400 meters in front of Morocco. So there is something that Mozambique can do.
That's right. They should be able to.
According to the rules, they need to be doing it as soon as possible.
Absolutely, absolutely. As soon as reasonably possible on board Mozambique, but it doesn't look like they've started that maneuver or they're going through that process.
So we'll find out what Mozambique is going to do about that as we wait for them to do their 360. Now let's go back to the front here as we're looking at Tahiti right now with some nice pressure. Look at how much power they've got there on the Seychelles boat, as we see them coming up and grabbing a little bit more speed.
Yeah, great controlling position by the Seychelles, just inside and instep of the Tahiti. They've still got potentially one more jibe coming into this gate, so they're set up well.
So everybody's just slowly but surely putting up their jibs. That's always tough to keep the airflow in the spinnaker when you've got that jib that comes up. So right now they've got a pretty tight angle, and they'll be able to keep those asymmetrical spinnakers up and floating. But as soon as they bear away, when you have the jib all the way at the top like that, it's difficult to keep that airflow in that spinnaker. Now let's take a look here at the drop. It's going to be really important that drop line is pulled backwards, and so that it goes straight into the hatch. This is a super important maneuver. Here we go. You see the drop line being pulled backwards. A nice, really nice textbook drop right there from the Seychelles team. Just a little bit of the spinnaker into the water, but not much. It's not going to fill it up. Now let's take a look here at Tahiti. Tahiti, oh, it's a little bit faster, but it's sloppier than the Seychelles. So a little bit of a better drop on the Seychelles boat. However, Tahiti managing to keep their speed up. Now look at that. Now Tahiti's got a ways to go before they get to that left-hand gate.
Yeah, I'm surprised they chose that left-hand gate as we see Tahiti and the Seychelles rounding at the same time. It looks to me like the Seychelles did a really good job of staying inside and gaining that buoy room on this left-hand mark looking upwind. We see the Seychelles going out to that left-hand side, which did pay for the 2 leaders on that first beat, so it'll be interesting to see them going up this third beat. We have a look now at Mozambique and Morocco. They are very tight, aren't they?
Very tight, and it turns out Mozambique just did their 360, so I've got confirmation Mozambique has now done their penalty turn, and I believe they are still in front of the Moroccan boat, but by only, 30 meters or something like that.
Not by a lot.
Not by a lot. Here we go, as you see Morocco, Mozambique. So now a very exciting moment as we're going to see both of these boats coming down to the gate. And another critical point here of racing as we see the last 2 teams going around the gate, as we are now focused on Team Seychelles on a port tack going back out to the left-hand side. And we see Tahiti. There we go, Morocco and Seychelles crossing path. It just goes to show how big of a lead the Seychelles and Tahiti have. as Mozambique right now has decided to not put the spinnaker up. So playing it safe in order to not have any issues. They rather go low and slow and not have any problems. Morocco right now is has everything to gain from this, or to lose, depending on what's going to happen. Let's take a look here as we go on board. Let's listen in as we perhaps can get some of the sounds of what's going on here.
You heard there the grinder calling the drop and calling when they're going to grind that spinnaker back into the boat, and it looks like Morocco are doing a good job of getting that spinnaker down and getting round clean. We can see in the background Mozambique do not have a kite, so a bit of a more clean maneuver for them, just going round and getting back on the breeze. We can see Morocco on the left-hand side of your screen choosing that left-hand mark, and equally the Mozambique going around that right-hand turn at the same time.
So yeah, it's an interesting decision right here for Mozambique. What's going on? Come on, guys, don't stop. All right, guys, keep going, keep going. If you're not sure, just keep on going.
More confusion on board Mozambique. I'm not sure who they're talking to, maybe the umpires, but definitely confused about where they're going or whether they still have the penalty. Well, it looks like the...
Yeah, trying to understand what they're saying.
Yeah.
But they do speak Portuguese, and I don't speak Portuguese. So they speak either English or Portuguese on this boat. And I don't know what they're saying. There they are.
Lots of confusion nonetheless. We've got Morocco rounding at the same time. However, they are on the breeze, and they do have the sails on. So they are well and truly in third place on the right-hand side of this upwind.
Well, I'll tell you what, Robbie. Okay, I just got news that Mozambique is disqualified.
Copy that. We must have seen them not do the penalty early enough, or didn't actually complete the 360 turn.
I think there could. I think it's the first reason. I think they didn't understand that they needed to put in that penalty. It's the first penalty that they've ever gotten. This is the second race of their life that they've done on this boat. So, you know, it's going to take a little bit of time to understand the rules and to make sure that they abide by them. And, you know, being umpired on the water, it's not like an average regatta, and I'm pretty sure this is the first time ever they've been umpired.
Yeah, potentially something different for a lot of those people on board. So, I mean, experience comes into sailing in many forms, and that's definitely one of them. They were definitely confused about that penalty call and disqualified due to it.
So, sailing is one thing, getting a good start is another. Doing the maneuvers is crucial, and the last thing is knowing the rules and how to do that. And I think that if they did get disqualified, it's probably because it took them too long to do that 360, or perhaps they had themselves another penalty in doing the 360, and that's just too many penalties, and then they decided to disqualify them. So take a look at the top left-hand side of your screen. As you see now, very interestingly, the Seychelles are the leader of this group currently with 11 points. Tahiti with 10, Morocco 6, Mozambique with 3. Tough break for Mozambique.
Yeah, it looks like as we look at the leaders there on the zoom out on the 2D, it looks like Seychelles have got a bit of an advantage going around that right-hand mark looking downwind. And it looks like they're leading that long tack all the way into Mark 1, with definitely a couple more tacks to go, but a current lead of around 70 meters on Tahiti. So both boats on starboard tack, heading out to that left-hand side, and Seychelles doing a good job of protecting that.
Seychelles doing a really good job at reading the lake and the pressure. Being really smart about it, sort of staying in the middle of the race course. Definitely looks like right now we do have like a right shift.
Yeah, that's right. And we saw on the graphic there that Jan Regal, a very accomplished and esteemed sailor in his own right, the bowman on Tahiti. And as we go down on the water to the Seychelles, as we get a good look inside their boat, it looks like there's a bit of confusion from the bow team back to the afterguard. So they're just talking through their processes and talking through about the next maneuvers coming up.
Yeah, I've got confirmation here that Mozambique did not execute their penalty fast enough and therefore were penalized for it by getting disqualified.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Mozambique. Like we mentioned earlier, it's potentially the first sort of experience of umpire racing for them. Yeah, that's unfortunate to see them get disqualified here in race 2.
Well, it's a learning curve. You know, let's take the positive out of it. They got themselves a good start, and they rounded the first windward mark in 3rd place. So yeah, not bad.
Yeah, they'll be piecing it together bit by bit.
Yeah, they've still got one more race today. We still got racing tomorrow, so we'll see what happens.
Absolutely, and as we go down back on the water, we're here on board with Tahiti. It looks like more communication from the bow team, even some hand signals to go back to the helm just to make sure we get some clarity on what their next move is. But it looks like they're coming into that Mark 1 pretty clean, and potentially no more tacks, as it seems like the bowman's doing a bit of work. So you can expect them not to do another tack before this top mark.
From what I'm seeing, it's really, really tight, and they're not really sure if they're going to be able to make it to the top mark. Seychelles definitely going to have to put in another tack, another 2 tacks. So that means that Seychelles Tahiti will be coming back together. Tahiti will be on a starboard tack as Seychelles come in. So maybe the Seychelles can just under tack the Tahitian boat and get right away.
Yeah, absolutely right. It depends how close they are between them.
Room, sorry.
Yeah, no, absolutely. As we see Seychelles go through their tack now, so we'll be expecting a cross and a very close one at that. We'll see if there's enough room for the Seychelles to tack underneath Tahiti. Otherwise, they will have to go duck behind them, as Tahiti do have starboard advantage.
Yeah, so we'll see here now as the 2 boats are coming together here with Tahiti and the Seychelles. Seychelles, basically, they have an option. If they can get just in front or just below Tahiti, perhaps they can force Tahiti to tack over if Seychelles can sail a high mode. If that's not the case, Seychelles will go behind Tahiti and tack a little bit further. And it looks like that's what they're going to do. As you look at the mainsail of the Seychelles, they've opened the mainsail and it's into the runner. So Seychelles is going back behind Tahiti. They're going to go another 1 or 2 boat lengths and then tack. Here we go as we see them putting a tack. Yeah. And it looks like they have changed. So you see now the color of that windward mark is purple. And when you have a purple mark like that, that means that there has been a shift in the race course. So either the race course has been moved to the left or to the right, or has been made a little bit longer or a little bit shorter. And this is why we have this. This is symbolized by the color of this mark, which means that there is no offset mark.
Yeah, that's important to note. There is no spreader leg. There is no dog leg along. So they will round this mark and head directly downwind with hopefully their kites up and a good rounding for both teams.
I think we're looking here at a possible Sambuca here for Team Tahiti as we're coming up, and also known as a jibe set. Because there is no dogleg, they can do quite a lot of things. So this is one of the hardest moves right now that you're about to see. They're going to be putting in a jibe. At the same time that they're going to jibe, they're going to hoist. And it's really important that they don't let that Genoa go out too far. Here we go as we're seeing the hoist is coming up right now. So they got to hoist and pull the spinnaker off to the right-hand side and make sure it doesn't get filled in between the mast and the jib. This is a really hard move right here. It's looking like it's a little bit difficult for Team Tahiti. Yeah, they are managing, however, right now. So a hard move right there for Team Tahiti, as we're looking also at the Seychelles right now, trying to do, I believe, the same move, but it's not working out for the Seychelles. They're better off right now.
Oh,
did they drop the kite?
Tahiti,
oh no! Somebody dropped the halyard on the Tahitian boat right now. So all that good work on that jibe set has just, oh no! The whole thing went into the water.
Yeah, they unwound themselves with that maneuver there, just dropping the wrong halyard It looks like they've got it under control now, and they're making the most of their jibe set.
Now the
wow.
pitman's going to be kicking themselves right there. Thankfully, the Seychelles are also having issues on their boat doing a proper hoist. So Seychelles just finished their hoist and then put in a jibe. I mean, walk us through it. Can you not just do this maneuver?
It's one of the more difficult maneuvers, the jibe set, especially in these boats. Obviously, you're pulling the kite around. Obviously, you want to set it, or you have it set when you're on starboard to pull it up cleanly. But if you want to jibe and do that jibe set, you have to swing the gear and pull all of the kite around the forestay for it to be able to set on that port jibe. Difficult maneuver, and they got away with it looks like, and definitely tactically it seems like the right thing to do.
So now let's focus on the next boat to come in here is going to be Team Morocco. So Team Morocco for sure are going to be in third place, as Mozambique, we just said earlier, it was disqualified for not doing their penalty term fast enough. Now let's take a look at this. This is a pretty hard move. I'm pretty sure they're not going to be throwing in a sambuca, but just the barroway, having a nice barroway and a good clean set here can be challenging. As we're looking right now, they're about to start hoisting as we get two grinders here on the pedestal. The halyard is off on the left-hand side right there, as we see number 5 right now pulling in on the halyard. And this is spinnaker going up right now. Number 6 to the right-hand side is pulling in the sheet. Now let's make sure everything's going okay.
Going across, potentially jibing the boat without having to...
Little accidental jibe right there. That was a little too much helm right there by the skipper of the boat. But it looks like it's up. A little bit of spaghetti's nest right there as they're trying to clean all those sheets off. Take a look at the amount of ropes in the bottom of the boat, and this is when we were talking about having a clean boat yesterday, and this is a perfect example of what a boat looks like once you've finished doing all the maneuvers.
Yeah, ropes can easily tangle up, and that's definitely what happened. And unfortunately for Morocco, they are sorting it out, but to me, they're sorting it out in the wrong direction. They should be following those first two boats and putting a jibe in, but they're having to deal with that bird's nest going on.
Yeah, bird's nest, exactly. And if they were to put in a jibe immediately without having all of that clean, it would probably create chaos on the other side and potentially ripping sails and other things. So, yeah, I agree with you. Ideally, they should be jibing right away, but they got to get that boat clean before they can do anything.
Yeah, that's right. And it looks like...
and it's so much part of racing, you know. It's one of the first things I was ever told when I got onto a boat many years ago was keep that boat clean.
Yeah, no, a clean boat's a happy boat, and a happy boat's a fast boat. So as we can see on board Tahiti here, they're making the most of that right-hand shift. So they gained on the right-hand side upwind, and that right shift looked to seem like it's held on the downwind. And as we see Seychelles in the background also on that port jibe, it looks like they'll be coming straight into the finish with no more jibes and clear home and hose for Tahiti. It's also worth noting here, we're just looking and comparing between the boats. Seychelles have their main in a lot more, and it seems like they're sailing a higher and faster mode, whereas Tahiti have that boom out onto that left-hand side, as you can see, and just there's a little bit less pressure in that boat. I'm not sure whether that's the mode that they're trying to achieve, or maybe that that main's just not in for any other reason, but you can see Seychelles, it looks to me like they are a little bit faster and a little bit more wicked up.
It looks to me like they just haven't pulled it in enough on that mainsail, because they're doing the same angle. They're going in exactly the same direction. You could see both the boats. Maybe right now a little bit higher up for the Seychelles, but not significantly more. However, yeah, they're definitely got a lot more speed. You could tell they're picking up a wave. I mean, they're putting out a wave. They're there on that boat.
Yeah, that's the most obvious thing it looks like to me, but it definitely looks like Seychelles are closing the delta, closing that distance in between them and Tahiti, with still quite a bit of time between the finish line. So anything to play for here, and yeah, it just looks like that mainsail on Tahiti is a wee bit further out for me.
They've got more than half a knot advantage speed right now on the Seychelles boat. We can tell that because we have some more information here in the booth. But I can tell you right now, Seychelles' boat is going a little bit faster than Tahiti. And so right there, we can really tell the difference between the two sails. As long as we're getting flow off of the back of that sail of the Seychelles, and I can see the tails in the back of the mainsail of the Seychelles was flying. So yeah, Tahiti should be having that mainsail a little bit more in.
Fortunately for Tahiti, I think it's just straight through to the finish line here. So long as they can keep that distance, that lead that they built throughout the entire race, they'll be straight in on this one, and we'll have some happy faces on the sailors of Tahiti once again.
Yeah, good 90 meters lead right now for Tahiti over the Seychelles. Right now, Tahiti going to grab another 4 points. That'll bring him up to 11 points in the overall standing, and 10 points for the Seychelles, 6 for Morocco, and 2 for Mozambique. But what a tough break right there.
Yeah, unfortunate. Disappointing for Mozambique, but as we mentioned before, they did have some positives, and hopefully they're debriefing about those and taking them into the final race of today, and hopefully they can piece it all together.
So as we're seeing here right now, Tahiti coming in for their second win in 3 races right in front of the Seychelles. So it's definitely looking like these two boats are front runners right now.
Yeah, it looks like it might be a little bit too late for the Seychelles, but they've come in at least 30 meters on this downwind. So there's definitely some disparity in between the speeds. It looks like they're going the same angle, but it's, as we can see, the finish line there in the background. There's not much to go, and it looks like Tahiti have enough.
So only a small mistake that we saw from Tahiti, and that came from the pitman dropping the kite. But really, that's the only mistake that we saw. Seychelles had a little bit of a harder time also putting up their kite right here on the last hoist. But all in all, pretty pretty fair.
Seems like this
pretty
is a
even racing
move for them now.
Look at this.
Tahiti having
they're
fun.
Getting used to this, huh?
Bringing a bit of local flair to.
Are they all rowing
now.
together? Come on, I hope they're all rowing together. There we go.
Great that we can have a drone shot like that, and I guess they're coming into the finish, and they're no worries on claiming this first, so they're happy.
There it is. Very good job. Congratulations, Tahiti. What a great second win, and that's putting them at the top of the leaderboard right now.
We mentioned a clean race from Tahiti, but also a clean race from the Seychelles. They should be happy with how they sailed. There's not a lot of distance between them and the first, so they're still in the hunt, and a clean race by Seychelles.
Yeah, here we go. Seychelles crossing the line right now, so they can be happy as well. Remember, 2 teams from this group will be moving on and to the qualifications. To the finals in Rio, and so far it's looking like Tahiti and the Seychelles are out in front, and in terms of points standing right now, it looks like it's those 2 teams that are going to be going through. But anything can still happen. This is only race 3, maximum 6 races in this qualification series. One more race today if race committee deems that the weather is good enough and that they can throw another race, which I really hope so. I would like to see Mozambique, now that they've managed to get a good start, go around the whole race course without any issues.
Yeah, and it's nice, sailor's point of view, just to be able to put all those little things from race 1 and race 2 into a third race and really piece it together. There's a few things that I'm sure all teams will be debriefing and seeing what they can do better, but from a sailor's point of view, it's nice to have a third race and really build.
Yeah, it's really important for them as well, for their team spirit. They have a really good team spirit. There's just such nice people. I would love to really see them having a nice race, as we are now on board with as we have here, Marwan Hasni is the mainsail trimmer sitting down right there. And they're just gliding into the finishing line right now for Team Morocco. So Team Morocco for their third place.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's another team that we'll be looking at trying to refine a few things and make sure they're in that top 2 hunt, because it looks like Tahiti and the Seychelles have quite a comfortable delta on them at the moment.
And as we take a look at the grinder here, Mustafa, that man is strong. I'll tell you what, he's got some huge biceps.
The powerhouse of this team for sure.
For sure. And most of the time he's grinding by himself. Most of the boats you need 2 grinders. He is so strong. Yeah, he's able to do most of the maneuvers by himself.
Another thing to notice here, as we look at the finish line, you can see the committee boat is a lot further upwind than that pin mark. So that's just another indication of that we had a right-hand shift. And you know, if you're looking to come into the finish line, you'll be wanting to be as close to that committee boat, as that is the closest point of the finish line, as we have Morocco coming through in 3rd place.
So here we go, Morocco crossing the line in 3rd place. And picking up another 2 points here on race number 3.
Yeah, well sailed race by Morocco, but as mentioned, they'll definitely be looking to refine a few things and make sure they talk and have a little bit of a debrief before race number 3. They'll be looking to be in the hunt of those top 2 boats.
All right, perfect. Well, Robbie, we're going to go down onto the water. Carolina is ready right now as we go onto the water. Carolina, we're listening.
Hello, good morning. Great race, amazing tactics, very good speed. So what missed to beat SSL Team Tahiti?
You can see that the Tahitian, they got a little bit more experience than us. We made a slight mistake on the last jibe coming into the mark. So that's why I think it's pretty close, and I'm quite happy with my crew. I'm quite happy with our upwind speed, but we need to work a little bit more on our maneuvers.
So exactly what happened on the top mark? It was like a little bit hesitation on the mark and cost a lot, this mistake, because you know during the race you were very, very close, and on the top mark it was just like a few seconds of I don't know, of what exactly?
It's exactly that. We learned about, somebody told us it's called the Kiwi jibe, but we only practiced this jibe only once. So I think we messed up a little bit on this jibe. So that's why Tahiti managed to open up a little bit of a distance, even though I thought we were a little bit fast on the downwind, was not enough to catch them.
So what do you think in the last race of today? What can you do and your team to be first on the finish line?
Again, my team and myself, we are building our confidence. And just before the finish, my team told me this time we have to go for the win. So we are really focused, and we would like to get this last race in and win the last race.
Okay, so let's go SSL Team Seychelles.
Let's go.
Thank you very much for that interview. Yeah, it was very close, and just like he said, coming in at that windward mark and putting in that immediate jibe, which we call a jibe set, or some people give it some fancy names like sambuca.
Yeah, there are a few code words for that one, but yeah, sambuca definitely being one of the code words, and yeah, it's just something you sort of hear and you sort of grow up on and use that word as a team.
Yeah, it's a hard maneuver, because basically what you're trying to do are 2 things at the same time. You're trying to jibe and hoist the kite. The problem is you're hoisting the kite on the wrong side. You're hoisting it on the windward side.
Yeah, it's a lot of work for the bowmans to get that kite sheet all the way around the forestay and bring all the kite around to the other side. As you mentioned, it's on the wrong side. They just need a bit of time, and the steering needs to go well as well, so that when they do hoist, it's not getting blown inverted into that jib.
Yeah, many things can happen with that. It can go up and sort of form an 8. It could twist into the kite. It can get wrapped around the forestay. You can have all sorts of issues. Usually what they do when they don't know how to make that maneuver is they'll do a classic hoist and an immediate jibe. It's much safer than trying to do this very difficult maneuver, the jibe set. Now let's talk about the results here. After race 3, you see Tahiti with 4 points, Seychelles with 3, Morocco with 2 points, Mozambique being disqualified, so they get no points for this last race. So when we take a look at the overall standings, Tahiti with 11 points, Seychelles with 10, Morocco with 6, and Mozambique with 2 points. So a clear lead right now for both of our Tahitian team and the Seychelles. And we'll see if the Seychelles can manage to put in a win today.
Yeah, they're definitely battling it out. And as you heard from Alan on board Seychelles, he was definitely confident in his team, and he's confident in what they can produce out on the water. But, just a couple things to refine and get better for this third race.
You could tell in his voice that he was really calm. And when you've got a calm leader in the back, the whole crew just settles in. The maneuvers are nicer. Nobody's screaming. Everybody's taking their time, and slow is fast.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Slow is smooth and smooth is fast. Absolutely.
All right. Guys, don't forget to follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and thank you, obviously, for watching us here on YouTube. Don't forget to go on our website, worldofsailors.com. You'll have really all of the information that you want over there, including the ranking and ranking systems and which teams are ranked in what. You'll have really all of the information, technical information that you want about this racing. You can even go see the sailing instructions and plenty of other stuff if you're into that. 18th of November to the 13th of December. So that'll be the finals in Rio de Janeiro. This is what we are trying, or all these teams are trying to get to. And like I said earlier, 2 teams will manage to go through onto that finals in Brazil. So guys, don't forget, mid-November we'll be over there for the last qualifications of the Pan Am, and of course the finals of the SSL Gold Cup, and where we will crown one nation as world champion. So as we are waiting for the last race of the day, which is the third race of today, it'll be the 4th race. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back. So guys, stick around. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
shouty. Heard you like to party, and lucky you the party's in town. And we should take a chance to share in this romance. I promise I ain't fooling around. Girl, it's something good when we feeling higher than the ceiling. My worst they couldn't bring me down. But there's one thing that I want to know if we can get to whenever you can come around. Oh baby, can you? It's like we got the world in the palm of our hands. Oh baby, won't you? And whatever you fancy is my command. Baby, Underneath that moonlight, getting closer. Yeah, that was back when I could call you mine, holding hands, falling into the riptide, over and over. Yeah, we were taking off always running, wasting our days for nothing, singing I love you, with you riding shotgun in my car. Do you remember all of the nights we spent alone? When we were burning the embers.
minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back, everybody, to this qualifying session for Africa and Oceania. I am joined by Robbie, which is next to me.
Yeah, how you doing, Jan? We're ready to go for race 3 here on day 2.
Perfect. Yes, we are. Let's take a look at what happened so far here in the standings. As we see the provisional overall right now, with Team Tahiti leading with 11 points. Seychelles is behind with 10 points. Morocco 6, Mozambique 2. You see Mozambique right there with a 0 on race number 3. They were unfortunately disqualified from that race. Let's go down onto the water with Carolina right now.
Hi, yes, we're just before the third start of the day, and as you can see, Tahiti and Seychelles again very close to each other. Is a tactical battle. I very like to watching the tactical battle between Tahiti and Seychelles. It's very exciting that they're very close. So as you hear during the interview with Seychelles, the captain said that they will do everything they can to beat Tahiti in the last race and to show the Seychelles power. So we'll see if the plan will happen, but yeah, it will be tough because the Tahiti with the Captain Teva, they're very strong on the starting line. There's always, basically, probably always on time on the starting line, so they have something amazing in their sailing. But also we see Moroccan team, which step by step they're getting better and better on the race course. They have very good speed in the last race, and also they were very close with the Seychelles. So we'll see. But in my opinion, will be very good match racing between Tahiti and Seychelles. But you never know in sailing. And the weather is also perfect. As in the previous races, we have sun, we have wind, beautiful, perfect sailing conditions on the Lake Neuchâtel today.
Thank you, Carolina. Thank you for all that information. Yeah, us too up here, we're really looking forward to seeing all 4 boats battle. It's going to be a very nice strategic tactical race between the Seychelles, our 2 leaders, and Tahiti. I'm really now looking forward to seeing Mozambique and Morocco getting into the mix as well. Mozambique here, Robbie, really need to get around the whole race course.
Well, just that onboard shot there, it looks like they're really excited for another bite at the cherry. So yeah, hopefully they string it all together and they provide a good race for us as we see them all come into the start line with about 1 minute 20 to go.
1 minute 20 to go right now. They're trying to get the time on distance correct. Well, I'm liking what I'm seeing right now. We've got all the boats coming in together. As we see here, it looks like Mozambique is just between the Seychelles and Tahiti right now. So Mozambique in a pretty powerful position. Before they were always sort of the windward boat, putting themselves in a dangerous spot. Right now, they don't have to worry too much about Team Tahiti because Tahiti is just so far out in front. They really need to be fighting against the Seychelles if they want to get that second place to be able to move on to the finals in Brazil.
Yeah, certainly a better setup, a better approach from Mozambique. It looks like they're sailing towards the line, all powered up, and it looks like they're pretty much on time. We've got
30
Morocco
seconds
here at the front once again, potentially a little bit too early, so they might have to kill late and close to the line, which will not put them at a very good position. But as we can see, Tahiti heading up and sort of dominating that boat in with both boats to windward sort of closing that gap up to the committee boat.
Doing a good job right now, Tahiti, on getting a little bit of space underneath them so they can bear away should they need to. But 5 seconds away, it's going to look like a very clean start for both Tahiti and Morocco. Both boats looking like they're late on the line. And Morocco goes across the line first. So best start of this race right here is for Morocco. Morocco's got speed. They were perhaps a little bit early, but it doesn't matter. They went off the line at the correct time, and looking like right now, you know, they're trimming their main, doing a good job making sure that they're going to get that speed. Look at Mozambique right there, stuck in the middle between Tahiti and the Seychelles, but I know Mozambique can sail a high course. So let's see if Mozambique is going to be able to move and get the Seychelles to have to tack over to the right-hand side. But look right here. Mozambique in third place, and the Seychelles, which was our second overall for the first time, in fourth place.
Yeah, Mozambique doing a fantastic job with that high mode, as you mentioned. You could probably expect the Seychelles, who are just on their windward hip, potentially having to tack out and get their clear air, but Mozambique doing a great job holding their lane off the line and making it difficult for the boat behind them. There we go, there's that shot of the Seychelles pretty much right behind them, really being affected. And you can expect Seychelles to have to tack and get clear.
Yeah, you can see in the back the skipper was saying, we got to go off to the right. Yeah, we definitely need to go. We need to move. We need to get out of here, because they're just sitting in perturbed air coming off of Mozambique boat right there. So Seychelles, they have to move. There we go. They finally decided to put that tack in. So good job on Mozambique right there, being able to get the Seychelles to tack and to go off to the other side.
As a sailor, when you're in that position, that windward position, it's usually when you find out, or when you sort of feel that you're in the gas or in the bad air of the boat in front of you, it's usually too late. So, you know, you go earlier than you think, and it seems like Seychelles stayed there for just a little bit longer, but they're clear air now.
It looks like all the boats, perhaps a little bit of a left shift here, as we're seeing Morocco staying out in front. They had a small 5-meter lead earlier, and that's now moved to over 20 meters lead over Tahiti. Seychelles now back into second and into third place. Mozambique down to fourth. That's just going to change a lot with all these wind shifts.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Morocco doing a good job of protecting that left-hand side and protecting that good start they had. It's interesting to note that, you know, these boats obviously on the standings they're far apart or whatever the case, but you know, their upwind boat speed, you know, it's very similar, or it's the same. So it's just those maneuvers around the course which make the difference. And right now Morocco doing a great job.
What would you do if you were Mozambique right now with Tahiti tacking right in front of you?
Well, yeah, that's obviously not an ideal position to be in. You've got two options, I guess. You keep going and you duck behind them, as Mozambique probably will, and I guess that window of opportunity to tack and have clear air on the other board is gone. So they'll keep going all the way out to this left-hand ley line, and their options get cut short.
Remember, they said they don't want to make too many maneuvers in order to be able to get back out in front. So right now, the decision to go behind Tahiti and perhaps to go and attack the Moroccan boat is exactly what Mozambique is trying to do.
Yeah, it looks like the Moroccans have gained out their left-hand side, so Mozambique would understand that and notice that, and potentially trying to get that left-hand gain.
Morocco having the best start here of this race number 4, third race of the day, as we see Morocco right now coming back off to the right-hand side at the top of your screen. The Seychelles have also tacked over. So Seychelles on the starboard tack, Tahiti, Morocco on a port tack, Mozambique still on the starboard tack going. Looks like Mozambique is going to go further off to the left-hand side.
Yeah, they have to. Like we mentioned, that window of opportunity to tack and have clear air on ports probably run out. So they have to come the furthest out to that left-hand side and tack to have clear air. Looks like the Seychelles. You see them in the background there on a flyer of a right-hander.
Nice lead right there. Seychelles coming back from last place to first.
Yeah, in pressure and shift. So all power to the Seychelles. They definitely saw that. Oh, I hope they saw it, and they're definitely making the most of it out there right-hand side. Big lead now.
That's amazing what they've done right now. If we take a look at their track for the Seychelles, they've pretty much been drawing a straight line up to the windward mark, playing their shifts perfectly. As you see right there, they got a nice lift as soon as they tacked, and now that's forced everybody to tack. We could see it on the Mozambique boat right there, as they're also getting that lift. So everybody's on a big right-hander right now. And it looks like, Seychelles was over on the right-hand side, and they got the best lift out of it.
Absolutely, and we see the bows of both boats there, both on starboard tack. And
what a nice shot there.
Tahiti and Morocco had to fall in line and tack to take this right-hand shift because it's so big. So definitely power to the Seychelles, and they've got a controlling race course from now.
We see all boats right now on a starboard tack right there. Over the furthest boat is the Seychelles. Now your leader, currently in the lead with 14 points overall, tied with Tahiti. Morocco, 8 points. Mozambique with 3 points.
Yeah, we expected the Seychelles to come out firing, and even fourth off that start line, they've still managed to pick their way through, and they've got definitely a controlling advantage going into Mark 1 here over Tahitians.
So Tahiti is right in the middle of all these boats. It's a drag race right now, seeing who can put the pedal to the metal and get to the windward mark first.
Yeah, that's right. They've obviously, this is race 3 of today, so they're definitely in tune with their boats, and they've definitely getting the maximum boat speed out of it. So it's just putting that into practice and drag racing out on this right-hand shift, as you mentioned.
Yeah, trying to look here at some of the settings that we saw on their boat, and look at how much of a lead right there the Seychelles got. Ended up by having to go off to the right in the very beginning because they
forced out there.
They were forced out there, and a lucky break for them.
Yeah, it looks like the rich is getting richer, and they're definitely sitting well in this pressure and shift. And
200-meter lead.
Great drone shot of the water. You can see the puffs coming down the middle. Tough spot to be if you're Tahiti. You obviously have to hang in there in the shift, but you are sort of getting sandwiched in the middle of Morocco and the Seychelles.
Remember, 2 boats out of the 4 are getting a ticket to the finals of the SSL Gold Cup, the Football World Cup in sailing.
There it is.
And so right now, we've got a tie between these 2 teams, between Seychelles and Tahiti. And so right now, it definitely looks pretty clear as to who's going to be able to get the ticket for the time being. However, this is only the beginning of race 4. Remember, we have to go downwind 2 more times, and we've seen it. Anything can happen at those at that windward mark.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything can happen, and especially in these boats with this sort of breeze. As we see the shift from that beautiful drone shot, it can sure as shift the other way in a matter of seconds. So everything to play for here, but definitely a dominant lead by the Seychelles.
As we see all the boats just going straight in front of the coastline here, the Swiss coastline with the Jura just in the background right there. We even got a little bit of sun today.
Yeah, the sun's been out. The sun has been playing ball, and I guess so have these teams. They've managed to get 3 races in today, so that's definitely a bonus, and there's plenty more action to go.
Plenty more action to go. It won't be today because, we still have to finish this race, if that's what you mean. But this is the last race of the day with 3 planned races, and managing to get 3 nice races in right now. So this is race number 4 in the overall standings. And we are on leg number 1 here of this race number 4 in Group C. And in terms, that's 1 tack and 1 jibe. And what you just saw right there was Teva bringing the boom across to say, all right, now I've done my jibe. And then he just re-jibed the boat again so that he could immediately put the spinnaker back up. But this gives a really good opportunity now for Morocco to get back and to put some points onto the leaderboard, as Tahiti had to do their penalty turn, and Mozambique not too far behind. And we saw they just weren't lucky right there with tactically speaking, as the wind shifted to the right and they were on the left-hand side.
Yeah, unfortunate for them. They were definitely the most disadvantaged boat. But as you mentioned it, with the issue with the Tahitians having to do that spin, it really opens the door for Morocco. They're on the right jibe and they're heading in the right direction. So I expect a little lead change here, potentially Morocco heading into that second place.
Yeah, let's see what's happening. Interesting, Tahiti has not jibed yet. We'll see what's going on.
There we go. The Moroccans are up into second place now, and it looks like they're flying on that knock. Making the most of that right-hand shift, being on the port jibe, and by the eye here on the 2D, it looks like they'll be straight into the gate mark. So that right-hand shift continues that we had on that first upwind beat, and Morocco certainly taking advantage of it.
And I see a boat in the background right there. It's probably Mozambique putting in a jibe right now as well. So doing a good job here for our teams that are on the second leg right now. They're going back down for the first time. So that was a pretty clean hoist for everybody except for Tahiti, which ended up by picking up a penalty right there. I don't know exactly what that penalty was up for. We didn't get to see it, but I'm sure we'll hear about it.
Beautiful drone shot here of the sun glistening off those gold boats, and you can just see that right-hand shift, the knock on port jibe as they're coming into the gate. So Seychelles doing a beautiful job. They've got a great lead, and also Morocco there on the right-hand side. Any right-hand shift, right-hand pressure, they'll get first and be able to take that into the marks as well. So it should be all boats sailing away here and coming into the gates, but still more racing to go on this upwind leg.
So Seychelles right now just sitting back, enjoying the ride, as looks like they're cruising.
Yeah, they've done.
Got a nice little bow wave coming up there.
Yeah, calm, and I'm sure they're happy, but on board. But they definitely know they still have a bit of a job to do. They'll be coming into the marks here. I'm sure they'll be talking about their processes for this drop.
Interesting to look at the points right now, as a leader is the Seychelles. They have 14 points, so they're the overall leader in this Group C currently here on the second leg, the first downwind leg of race number 4. Tahiti is in third place currently, but second place in terms of points. And Morocco doing a good job right there, putting some more points up on the leaderboard.
Yeah, good for Morocco, but then obviously good for the Seychelles as well. It'd be nice to just have that boat in between them and put more of a points buffer. As we can see the live points there, they will be leading if everything stays the same. We can see the Seychelles putting their jib up slowly but surely. It looks like they're coming into the bottom marks with quite a bit of speed, so I'm sure they're that early just to make sure it was clean.
Yeah, it's a good idea to start working on that maneuver. Take your time, make sure it's clean. There's no stress, no worries. They have a over 400 meter lead on the second boat. So right now the battle is really between Tahiti and Morocco.
Yeah, you'd expect with this right-hand shift, Jan, that the Seychelles will choose this gate mark in front of them, that left-hand turn as we look downwind, and once again go out to that right-hand side, which paid for them on that first beat.
Yeah, definitely, as you see right there, with as they're starting to pull on the sheet in order to be able to do a really nice bearway right there and make sure that the whole spinnaker goes right back on top of the deck, as the mid bow right there, important for him to push all of that sail into and underneath the boat. So that was a really nice drop, and I'm hearing some horns being given out, a warning signal by race committee. So this must mean that there has been a change in the top mark. As you can probably hear in the background, so there's been definitely a change. Let me see if I'm getting any information over the messages.
That would be expected. The race committee obviously are attentive to the breeze and how it's shifting and how it's changing. So if they notice that right-hand shift, which it looks to me like they have, then they'll be moving that mark to the right-hand side to even up the race course.
Absolutely. Charlie Green is the call.
Charlie Green. Charlie obviously being the flag for change of mark, and the green representing the starboard movement or the right hand shift that we have seen. So that top mark is going to the right hand side of the racetrack.
So Tahiti doing a really nice job right there as well. Let's take a look at Morocco in the background. Gonna bear away a little bit. There we go. Straighten that mast up and drop that spinnaker right on top of the deck. So really nice drops for both of the teams. Morocco giving Mark room here to Tahiti. Tahiti
very
leaving
close,
the door
though.
open.
Yeah,
Huh?
yeah, very close. Morocco not doing the nicest job of that drop, and they've just slowed down a wee bit.
Oh no, they're too far head into the wind right there and have completely stopped their boat. So this is tough right now. Morocco has put on the handbrake down at the mark, so that's too bad. They're stuck in irons. They need to back the jib in order to be able to get away. This is a perfect opportunity now for Mozambique, perhaps depending on how far back they are, to be able to come back into to the Morocco boat. Look at that. Oh, no, it's tough, man. That was a good opportunity for Morocco to get back in front, and they just went head to wind right there. So, little mistake.
Yeah,
big
painful.
consequences.
Like you said, they opened the door and they could have taken advantage of it, but they unfortunately didn't. As we can see, Mozambique are quite far to leeward of these gates. They're going to be coming at a hot angle coming into these marks, so it could be difficult for them if they've still got the kite up and they're sailing such a hot angle.
Yeah, that angle looks looks pretty rapid. Right now, Mozambique got over 9 knots of boat speed, so perhaps they do have their kite up. We'll find out as we look on right now to Team Tahiti deciding to take the inside. They're back up to second place. Now Tahiti just having to stay in the second place. It's going to be tough for them to go and attack the Seychelles. They can hold themselves against the Morocco, but Morocco unfortunately lost a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Seychelles making most of that right-hand shift, being the furthest right boat, but then also trying to shut down the race and cover Tahiti to make sure there are no passing lanes for them to be able to get back in this race.
Right, interesting. Now Mozambique deciding to go off to the right-hand side to take the right gate to go back to the left-hand side of the race course.
Yeah, interesting maneuver. They came in pretty hot, and then they've had to jibe around that mark. It was obviously the closest one for them, but a bit of a difficult maneuver and definitely a downspeed move to have to jibe and do a full turn back up on the breeze.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of maneuvers. Perhaps they just wanted to get back onto that starboard tack as fast as they could in order to perhaps attack Morocco again. So we've got about 100 meters difference between Team Morocco and Mozambique. Even though Morocco got to the mark 2 minutes earlier.
Well, so, yeah, with that issue at the bottom mark, they really slowed themselves down, and now it opens the door for Mozambique to potentially come back in and steal third place.
There we go. So you see it just a little bit over 100 meters. And for Morocco, so Mozambique right now in a position to be able to attack Morocco. We'll see again what happens as the kites go up as we get to the weather mark. And here you see Mozambique on the right-hand side of your screen. We'll see what happens. It's not over yet. If it continues like this, probably we'll see Morocco get to the windward mark before Mozambique. But they still have to put up their kites, and they still have to go downwind.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely. Anything could happen, and there was that right-hand shift, but the race committee noticed that, and now we have shifted the course to the right, so it's evened it up a wee bit, and Mozambique will be hoping for a bit of a left shift to come back in the game.
Yeah, as we take a look here at the Seychelles in the sun again. And doing a good job here at just not being too overpowered, sailing well, not making any mistakes. As long as they do that, they'll stay out in front. they've got a really nice lead over Tahiti of almost 300 meters. And Tahiti has got another 300 meters on Morocco. So seeing a big spread here.
Yeah. The team from Seychelles doing a good job of maximizing their gain and doing exactly what they did on that first beat to shut down the race, just sailing smart and sailing clean. As you can see, the helm there, Alain Julie is actually controlling the traveller system on board Team Seychelles. So when they get a puff there and they power up and the boat heels over, that's when he uncleats the traveller of the main, and it actually helps deep power the boat. As we will see here, the boat's heeling over a lot, and he's just got that rope in his right hand, and he's just playing it, so pulling it up in the light winds and then dropping it down in the puffs.
The thing is, you can really feel it when you're at the helm of the boat, and you could tell how much helm input you need to put into the boat. And I admit, when I sail, I really like to have the traveler in my hand as well, because it's a fine tuning, and it allows you to really feel your boat and to be able to put a little more pressure if you want, if you feel like you've got a little bit less air. And so you notice how, he wasn't rushing anything. He's just putting a little more pressure, just keeping that boat going. There's no wild sort of setting that he's doing or working really hard and fast. He's just keeping it smooth, making sure the boat keeps its speed.
Yeah, it's a feel thing, right? They obviously have the hands on the wheel, and they feel the flow of the boards underneath. So he's feeling the whole boat, and he's obviously got that in his hand, and he's just feeling if they need more power or if they need less power, and he's doing a great job of moving that traveller in that case.
Yeah, it's a great way also to change modes. If you want to attack a boat which is a little bit to your windward, you can use that traveler, go a little closer to the wind, pull that traveler up a little bit more. So lots of fine tuning.
Yeah, as we mentioned, these boats are the same. All the equipment's the same and everything, but it's how the sailors sail them, right? I mean, there's a lot of fine tuning that you can do, and a lot of human input to make sure that the boat's sailing as fast as it can do. So that's just one case.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody, and the thing is, there are 8 people on this boat as well, so you have 8 times the opportunity for everybody to sail well, or 8 times the opportunity for everybody to mess up. So it's tough because they're long boats, they're very narrow. So yeah, they're long, but you don't have so much room. You've got all these lines on board, and then everybody's got to be doing their little adjustments, and it's hard work. Hard work.
Yeah, that's right. And the boat speed and a good result is just the sum of all its parts, right? It's all everyone working together and making those fine adjustments, and making sure that everyone is doing their job to give the boat the best opportunity and to get a good result.
And then, of course, they're hiking here, as we see everybody hiking really hard. What's hard about that is it's not so physically, yeah, it's difficult, but what's really hard is physically and mentally being there. Because once you're physically tired, you also mentally have to be there to know, okay, when am I going to move? When am I going to change sides? What am I going to adjust? What's going on with the boat? You gotta be thinking about what you're doing at the same time that you're putting in all this effort and trying to keep the boat flat.
Yeah, absolutely. You're spot on there, and you've still got a lot to think about. Even though it just looks like they're hanging out on a cruisy Sunday, it's certainly not the case, and their head's still in the game, and they're still trying to be on top of their jobs, and when the next maneuver comes up, they're trying to do that the best they can. As we look at it here, we have the Seychelles on a nice covering tack in front of Tahiti. It looks like the breeze has gone a little bit to the left. It looks like they're on a nice left-hand shift, and the Seychelles did their coursework before, and they've definitely shut down this race to be able to tack on the Tahitians and not give them an inch.
It's funny, you see Alan Judy right back there at the helm talking to Jaden. It looked like they were sort of discussing about how they were setting the boat. You could tell Jaden right there, he's got a really important job, because he is basically adjusting the front sail, and that front sail is giving the direction of the boat.
Yeah, it's feedback, right? I mean, the trimmer there, Jaden, he's holding the sheet, he's looking at the jib, he's setting up how he wants, and he's just ultimately giving feedback to Alan there, and they must be conversing, must be talking to what mode they want.
You can see the back of the sail just flapping a little bit. Now, that's normal. Actually, what there is in the back of that sail is a tiny little rope that they can pull, and it'll stop that flapping. And sometimes that cleat that's actually on the sail itself is going to get loose, so that's why you're seeing it flap a little bit.
Yeah, that leech cord on the back of the jib there is just maybe a little bit too loose, and you know, they're not going back upwind for the rest of the day, but that's definitely something to look at and something to think about for the races going forward. As we see
you can see the mainsail right there has been eased quite a bit, so they're really getting ready to bear away and not have to put too much input there on the rudder. There we go. As now they're bearing away, and they'll be able to put that kite up. There is no offset here, so they can just go straight downwind if they want to. It looks like they're taking their time putting up that kite.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Potentially a bit of confusion whether they had the spreader mark or not, but it definitely took a little bit longer to call the hoist. But they've done it now, and they're trying to get it set.
Oh, the halyard's gone down. Oh, no.
Another one.
Another one. All right, so now they're going to bring that spinnaker. They got to bring it back up. The halyard, there it is. It's almost to the top. It's not going to make a big difference right now, but I mean, had Tahiti been on their backs or over their shoulder right there, then Tahiti would have had the opportunity to make a move and get past them.
No, that's right. Fortunately, they have a bit of a buffer to the second boat, but yeah, another area that they just will be wanting to fine-tune and get better at as these races progress. Beautiful set from Tahiti as well. So they're just closing the gap little by little, and potentially, depending on these paths, they could come into the Seychelles.
Yeah, for sure. We saw the Seychelles with over 300 meters. As they got to the windward mark, they made a little bit of a mistake. 2 mistakes actually there for the Seychelles, which now allow Tahiti to come back. And Tahiti is only going to be is not too far off, so they got to be careful right now, as both boats are putting in a jibe here on the final downwind leg of race number 4. And we have a Seychelles in the lead. Captain Alain Julie called it before the race. He said, "I want to finish first." And well, there he is. He's well in the lead right now. As long as he stays there and we have no drama as we go down towards the finishing line, it should be another win for the Seychelles boat.
Yeah, it's important to note that if all things do stay the same, then they will be tied on those points going into the final day. So we mentioned the jeopardy of tomorrow being double points, and with both teams being on the same amount of points, it'll be...
What's going on with Morocco in the background? Sorry. Look at this.
Not too sure what issue they have now. Looks like an overwind on the... It looked like they couldn't cut the old jib, the lazy sheet, when they tacked, so they had to head upwind so they could actually get that oh boy or overwind out of that jib off the drum.
All right, they're stuck in irons again, so it looks like something's going on in the front of that boat that we're not able to see, but they're currently going backwards.
Well and truly opens the door for Mozambique though, so they will be the only one to gain from that. But yeah, unfortunate for Morocco there. Looked like they just had a bad tack, and it's cost them a lot, as we can see them in the background.
Yeah, we said it before. First things first, get a good start. Second, go around the whole racetrack without making any mistakes. And unfortunately for Morocco, this is the second big mistake that they've done, and they've stopped their boat. So good news for Mozambique. Mozambique now perhaps got their third place. Remember, we still have to put up their kite, and they still have to go downwind. Seychelles still out in front here. Good news for them. So Seychelles, Tahiti was 40 seconds behind them as they got to the windward mark, and now looks like they've lost a little bit. They've lost about 70 meters.
Yeah, it's important to note here, Jan, you can see the difference in angle, right? You can see the difference in angle that they're sailing, whether that's more pressure for the Seychelles or they've just got that main on a bit. They've got a bit more power, and they're just sort of sailing a faster
I think they've
mode.
got that main on way more.
Potentially, as we can see on board here, the Seychelles look fully powered up, and they're happy. They're rumbling. But Tahiti just look a little bit hotter, and I'm not sure if that's a bit faster or not.
Well, let's look at the distances between. You see, Tahiti keeps dropping, right? We were at 264, now we're at 271, 73, 76. So Tahiti definitely losing distance. Either they've got less wind, or they're just not trimmed as much on the mainsail. Look at that mainsail. I mean, you can tell the bottom has really been put in. Look at the speed they've got. I mean, they are cruising.
Yeah, Seychelles doing a beautiful job at remote downwind here in Puff. So.
Look at Seychelles is just picking up the distance. Look at that, 296, 299. They're just dropping Tahiti.
Yeah, that's a mode difference, or that's a sail setup difference, and Seychelles are taking full advantage of it, opening their delta even more. Wow,
look at that 300. It just keeps on climbing. Seychelles bringing it home, making their way down to the finishing line. Looks like a nice day out on the water when you're looking at that, huh?
Yeah, that looks like champagne yachting for the team of Seychelles, and you can almost see the smiles on board there. They're looking back, and they're seeing that second boat quite far behind, and they'll be happy coming into the finish.
So a great job right here for Team Seychelles, winning this race, this race number 4, and putting up 14 points on the leaderboard. So it's still really tight between Seychelles and Tahiti.
Yeah, both will be, taking each from the race a second, and then also a first as well. So yeah, good positives for both teams, and they're sort of going back and forth, aren't they?
And remember, guys, tomorrow is the golden day, so all races tomorrow will be worth 2 points, or 2 times the amount of points. And just like in the Football World Cup, the SSL here is counting points. So first place is 4 points, second place is 3 points, and so on and so forth. And so tomorrow there's a real opportunity for Morocco to be able to get back into the game. It's going to be a little bit harder for Mozambique. And Seychelles and Tahiti, they're going to have the pressure put on them tomorrow, because they are leading. Oh, look at this. We've got a little dance from the Seychelles. So they've said, enough of this Tahitian guys, rowing. We're going to be swimming.
Yeah, they return serve for sure with the dance, and they're bringing their own little flair, and it's good to see the Seychelles are happy, and they should be after that clean race.
You think they're deciding on what they're going to dance? Good to see good ambiance on that boat, and they can be happy as they get another race win here for the Seychelles on this last race of the day, which is race number 4. So congratulations. There they are. And there's the dance.
Swimming
the
their
flying
way.
fish swimming their way through the finishing line.
Yeah, no, congratulations to the Seychelles. Really, really well done on that. Remember, they did start at the back of the fleet on that start, so they were in 4th, but picked up a beautiful right-hander and didn't look back.
Anything can happen. Anything can happen. It's exciting racing here on the Lake Neuchâtel in Switzerland. As we take a look here at the Tahitian boat coming in second, so they also have 14 points on the leaderboard. And just cruising in. Perhaps less display of.
Yeah, they've put their oars away. They're rowing oars away, and I mean, a second place. We're talking about 2 qualification spots here, so the second place is still a keeper, and they'll still be happy with it. But they're fighting, they're battling it out with Team Seychelles.
Yeah, and right now Tahiti, Seychelles equal in points. Both of them having 14 points after 4 races. So there we go. Tahiti bringing it home, going across the finishing line with no big drama. So that's what they like to see. It's not what we like to see.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. they got that one penalty, so there is definitely something to debrief for them on board. But apart from that, it was a clean race. I'm sure that they'll go into tomorrow with a lot of confidence, after taking two firsts in the first two races today.
Yeah, so doing a good job. I mean, first and second, that's a good day. Good day at the office right there. As we pan around now and we take a look at Team Mozambique, which just managed to pass Team Morocco on the last windward mark. Some sort of problem on Team Morocco on their boat made it that they stopped and found themselves head to wind. I don't know exactly what happened. You think it's an twist?
Yeah, I thought it was an overwind.
An overwind?
Just on the sheet, the lazy sheet just had an overwind, meaning that they couldn't actually cut the sheet. Cut meaning release the sheet and be able to pull it on the other side. You touched on it, Jan, earlier, that mentally fatigued and also physically fatigued as these races go on. And, we're in race 3, so there's definitely a full mental fatigue factor, and potentially that was it.
Yeah, they've been training all of last week, and today is it's a little bit colder. As you can see, everybody's put on a couple layers underneath their jerseys because sometimes it's sunny, but as soon as you're in the shade and with all this wind, it gets cold real quick. We are only at the beginning of the summer here in Switzerland, so this is a mountainous region, and it's just we still have snow up on the top of the hill. So it's nice and warm down in the valleys, but so when you get a little bit of a shade coming in, it can be cold. So take the cold factor, take a little bit of stress factor, you add it all up in there, and it makes for some exciting racing. As we're taking a look here at Team Mozambique, with a clear lead over Morocco that you see in the background right there.
Yeah, it'll be if they can continue this straight into the finish line, it'll be the first third place, for Mozambique. So definitely improvements for them, and they'll be looking to build more and more going into this final day. As we see Morocco in that background there, they, like we mentioned earlier, they had an issue at the windward mark, causing them to be a little bit behind the field, but could be smiles on board Mozambique for coming in for their first third place of the regatta, and definitely building and improving.
So we have Mozambique here in our picture, and they're really close to actually getting across the finishing line. There it is, just on the right-hand side, and you see, look at that nice puff right down there in the middle of the field. Morocco in the background putting in a jibe, so it's going to take them a little bit longer to get down to the finishing line, but. A great moment seeing Mozambique now crossing the line. This is the first time they finished in third place, so congratulations to them. They got around the whole race course. They never stopped. I didn't see any big mistakes on their boat, so they were sailing clean. Strategically, tactically, yeah, they went up on the wrong side on the first one. That kind of put them on the back burner, but look at that right now. Crossing the finishing line. Robbie, I'm really happy to see Mozambique in this position.
Yeah, absolutely. They've definitely talked about what they did in the previous few races, and they've built on it. So they'll be happy with that.
They will be happy with that, and we will be also happy to go and speak with Carolina, who apparently was with the Seychelles. Carolina.
Congratulations, what a great race. You said before the race we will go and we will win, and that exactly happened. Wow, big day for you, because after the second day the SSL team Seychelles are still the leaders in the qualifiers.
Yes, we had a very good race. I'm very, very happy with my upwind, and there was a little bit of luck. The wind shifted to the right side. And since we were on the right side, we take advantage of it, and we were very fast on the upwind. Then downwind was just not to make mistakes, and the people behind us, I heard some people getting penalties, so that helped us a little bit also. It gave us, it meant that we could be more calm and focus more. And second upwind also was very good. Downwind was good. We were always going fast. We managed about 15 knots downwind, so very happy.
But to be honest, the second downwind, it was a little bit of heart attack during the hoist the spinnaker, right?
We planned this before. We say we're not going to take any chances. We'll do it slow, but the right way. Because since we have this lead, there was quite a big lead, so there was no hurry. So this was planned, and with experience, then we will try to be a bit better with our maneuvers and boat handling.
That's great. So congratulations again, and hope to see the same game tomorrow. See you in the marina.
I hope to see the same game tomorrow and win the regatta.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Carolina. He called it. He managed to do it. So congratulations, Seychelles, that right there, wanting first place and managing to get it. Like he said, he was a little bit lucky to be pushed off to the right-hand side, and then we get a big right-hand shift.
Yeah, that's right. But you can hear on his voice, he was cool, calm, and collected, and he just touched on the fact that he will be, he had a bit of a buffer, and they were able to do their maneuvers cleanly.
And as you see right here, as Morocco is putting in their last jibe, coming in across the finishing line, they are in no hurry right now. They just got to get across that finishing line and clean their boat up and bring it back home. Unfortunately, that's going to be all the racing for these guys today. But we're not done here quite yet. I know Carolina is trying to get another interview. So as we're watching Team Morocco here go across the finishing line and going to bring down that asymmetrical spinnaker and get everything cleaned up as we see all of the race committee boats picking up the marks and getting ready for all the boats to come back up to the harbor.
Yeah, it's a shame for Morocco. They'll be a little bit disappointed. Just a couple errors, a couple costly maneuvers, which meant they got pushed back in that fourth place. But they did a good job off that start line, and they held a good lane and they had good boat speed. So a couple positives, a couple negatives, and I'm sure they'll debrief it when they come back into shore with a beer.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's definitely been up and down as we've been seeing all of these races, and it just goes to show there's several different parts of racing, and the first one is getting a good start. Second one is making sure you make no mistakes as you go around the race course, and then the last one is the hardest one is to breed the wind and to make sure that you're on the right side or on the correct side of the race course.
Yeah, absolutely. It's there's a lot of factors that go into sailboat racing, and just not quite being on cue with one of them, then you get punished. So yeah, definitely a lot of things coming together to make sure you get a good result.
And the best result of this race, number 4, we see here, was the Seychelles putting up another 4 points after 37 minutes and 18 seconds of racing, followed by Tahiti, which was a minute behind. So that's quite a gap right there. So Tahiti picking up 3 points. Mozambique was 4 minutes behind Tahiti with putting up 2 points. That's the first time, that's the most amount of points they've put up so far. So congratulations to them. And Morocco, this time they're in last place, but it's the first time they finish in last place. So, okay, let's go back down to water as Carolina is with Team Tahiti.
Yes, we are just on our way to the marina after the races. So, very good day. 2 races win, but the last a little bit after the Seychelles, but still a lot of chances for tomorrow, because tomorrow we have double points during the races. So, how can you summarize the day on the water?
We will see tomorrow, but here it was a good day today because we always did what we wanted to do. So the last start we wanted to go a little bit on the left of the course, and we won the start, and Seychelles was fine behind, and he went on the right side alone, and it was good for him, so we lost. And then we took a penalty that we still don't understand, so we'll have to figure out what was wrong. But it was a good day, and the team made a very good job.
Yes, it was very intense on the water with the penalties, with the wind in a good conditions. Yeah, but basically 2 teams are going to Rio, and now you have a big chance as Seychelles the same. But for you, more important is to win or just take the gold ticket to Brazil.
Yes, we are here for Brazil. So we won. If we win or if we are second, it's going to be a victory anyway. So we don't really matter.
Okay, so maybe it's a good spirit. Okay, thank you so much, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much. See you tomorrow. Watch your head.
All right, thank you, Carolina, for that interview. Yeah, I mean that's the strategy, right? Is to be able to go off to Brazil and do the finals in Rio. So there are, like we said, there are 2 spots available here. So for the time being, it's looking like Seychelles and Tahiti have got the ticket to go off to Rio, but we still got 2 more races. And remember, tomorrow is the golden day, which means that all races are worth double the points.
Yeah, and anything to play for Morocco. I mean, as we see the standings there, they're 7 points behind, but you know, you can do the math. It's double points tomorrow, so it's still all to play for. They've still got a chance, and they'll still be fighting coming tomorrow morning.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens. It's going to be difficult for Mozambique to get in a top 2 top 2 positions. But you know, yeah, get your calculators out, start calculating. If you're a Morocco fan, there's definitely a couple options for Morocco to go through. And Seychelles and Tahiti right now tied for the lead, so it's looking like they're going to have a little bit of an easier time making it through.
Yeah, they've definitely been the standard over these past four races, and you know, I'm sure Morocco will be looking at the footage and making sure that they'll be up to scratch come tomorrow with all of it to play for. They've got nothing to lose. Here, as we look at the match board, we are currently here at the Africa and Oceania Qualifiers here in Switzerland. Both teams, or 2 qualification spots, on the line for the final series. After that, we have the European Qualifiers over a couple weeks. Followed by that, we have the Pan American Qualification in Brazil right before the final series. And of course, the final series being the SSL Gold Cup. And as we can see, there are a few countries and a few names already on the board. And those ones that say draw are the spots that are available for these teams qualifying.
Exactly. So the teams that are already on there are the teams that are in the global ranking that you can find on our website. And we encourage everybody to go and check out the website, as well as follow us on Facebook and Instagram. And again, thank you very much for following us here on YouTube. As you see down the bottom left-hand side of your screen, that's the dates of the finals in Rio de Janeiro from the 18th of November to the 13th of December, and dates to remember, as it'll start becoming a winter here in Europe. It'll be the beginning of the summer down in Rio. Apparently, it's quite warm at that time down in Rio.
Yeah, it'll be heating up in Rio, but not just the weather. I mean, there's a lot on the line in the sailing as well. So it'll be heating up, and the racing will just get better from here.
Yeah, figuratively and
that's right,
and physically as well. Anyhow, guys, thank you very much for staying with us today on this second day of racing. We'll be back tomorrow, hopefully getting a start in at 11 o'clock as well. So thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much, Robbie, and we'll see everybody tomorrow.
Cheers. Thanks, Jan.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
See you tomorrow.
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
But then I see you out again, laughing with a group of friends. There he is, you're holding hands, makes me but you forced me to work on myself because you put me through hell.
Thank you for that.
I'm okay.